Order, please. The Subcommittee on Supply will come to order. It is now 12:42 p.m. The Subcommittee is meeting to consider the estimates for the Department of Advanced Education as outlined in Resolution E1. Resolved that the sum not exceeding $707,234,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Advanced Education pursuant to this estimate. I will now invite the Minister of Advanced Education to make an opening comments for up to an hour if they wish and to introduce themselves to the committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And every now and then, if I look at you, my eyes across, it's from listening to the banging going on upstairs. So that's probably going to drive us all a little bit batty. So thank you very much. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we are in Mi'kmaq, the traditional territory of the Mi'kmaq. Very pleased to have the opportunity to present to you the budget estimates for our Department of Advanced Education. So this is the second budget that for this department, first formed in August 2021. I'm tremendously proud of the work my team has done. My team is all sitting beside me and behind me. We've had an amazing year. Looking forward to presenting what's upcoming and to answering your questions. So the upcoming budget is in many ways an extension of all the hard work that we've done. It reflects how our Department of Advanced Education is supporting the government's promise to fix healthcare. So it's my hope that as I walk you through our investments, our programs, our priorities, and plans for this upcoming year, that you'll be inspired, as I'm inspired by the hard work of my team, the ideas and stuff that are going forward, the collaboration, the innovation, and all of the research that's underway right across Nova Scotia through our post-secondaries. If anybody needs a snack later, I have one here for you. Our work continues really to support the strong, sustainable, vibrant post-secondary system that we have, and always with the needs of the students and thinking about the labor market and what the needs are and how we move forward. So before I continue, there are a few members on my team here with me today, and it's like having like you got your linebackers, they're all in back of me. So before I first I'd like to introduce Deputy Minister Nancy McClellan, Deputy Minister of Advanced Education, Wanda Fletcher, Executive Director for Finance Advisory Services with Finance and Treasury Board. That's a really long title. I have several members behind me from Accessibility Services, student assistants from programs, our health programs, Executive Director Greg, what's Greg's last name? Els. Greg Els. And so we are here to answer your questions. I will answer questions as fully as I possibly can with my team's support. So Advanced Education is very fortunate to have a dedicated and committed team. And we are, as you know, we are a new department as of last year, breaking off from labor skills and immigration, or labor and advanced education. Our team works hard. And it's taken a long time to really get us to where we need to be and to really get our focus. And we believe that we have the team together right now that's going to move us forward over the next two and a half years. So being an educator for 28 years before taking on this important role, I feel very fortunate to have the privilege to lead a department where education, training, and students are at the center of absolutely everything that we do. And anybody that will tell you that that I've been in front of, whether it's students or faculty or leadership or anybody on the street, that I take the role very seriously. I've always looked at what is in the best interest of the student, and in my mind, and when making decisions, it's always that at the end of the day, when you have to make a tough decision, it's like what's in the best interest of the student. I'm proud of the work we're doing. I'm excited to share the progress we've made over the next little while. I will highlight the work underway to fulfill the goals of the department over the next year. In particular, I will focus on investments that show we are listening to students and contributing to the government's commitment priority to fix healthcare. We've done that recently. We'll do that going forward. and it's one of the most exciting things that we do as our department. Progress on important items within my mandate and key investments in the 2023-24 budget, including investments that will enhance the student experience and inspire continued growth right across the sector. And that's so when our government created the standalone Department of Advanced Education, we sent a clear message, a message that fostering a high-quality, inclusive, accountable, and collaborative post-secondary sector is a priority. This government understands that to reach our goals, we need our post-secondary system, our training and education arm, and our students, the future workforce and heartbeat of this province, at the center of our department's priorities and work. And when I think about our 10 universities, our 14 NSCC campuses, our private career colleges, our language schools, our accessibility services division, and everybody working together, we're attracting students from all over the world. My hope is that we make them feel valued, we make them feel comfortable. We already know we offer them a first-rate education compared to anywhere around the world. We are known as a province where a first-class education is offered from one end of this province to the other. The hope is that once they're here, we're able to keep them here, to find jobs here, to create jobs here, to create businesses. This government understands that to reach our goals, we need the system to work together. And we've done a lot of work in really trying to promote the idea that Nova Scotia Community College is a viable option for students that want a post-secondary education. We want to make sure that somebody that's living in Yarmouth and maybe wants a business degree doesn't necessarily have to move to Halifax or Cape Breton or to Wolfville or to St. F.X. in order to get that education, where they could spend their first 2 years living in Yarmouth, or they could be living in Amherst and do the same thing. So we're really trying to get our system working collaboratively together. The department's strategy map aligns with government's plan and gives us a defined focus for the students and the people we serve. Our mission, sounds like a mission impossible, we're ready to, our mission, if you'll allow me, to facilitate a proactive and inclusive post-secondary system through which people learn, grow, and thrive. Our mandate, to facilitate a post-secondary education system where learners receive a high-quality education that meets their learning needs and allows them to thrive as members of vibrant communities and successful province. And things have changed. Things have changed over the last decade, over the last 2 decades, over the last 50 years of what's needed in the province. And we're at a time right now where we're at a historic low rate of unemployment. So we're at 1%. That's virtual zero. That means anybody that wants a job and is able to work has the ability to have a job. We ensure that post-secondary education is accessible to all by removing barriers, including financial, by ensuring the system is equitable, diverse, inclusive, and by advancing the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada's calls to action for post-secondary education. To do this, we work in collaboration and partnership to support research and innovation and ensure our post-secondary education system proactively addresses the changing needs of the economy and contributes to social and economic growth. There are jobs out there today that weren't there yesterday. There are jobs that are going to be there tomorrow that we can't even dream of. And we have to be reactive, proactive, and be flexible in moving forward. Mr. Chair, we know we need students and the institutions who train them, now more than ever, to meet the unprecedented labor market demand in healthcare professions and to keep the commitment we made to all Nova Scotians to fix healthcare. International students have always been an important part of this plan. They support our economy, make our communities better, stronger, and more diverse. I think none of us will forget the story from past September after Hurricane Fiona. A group of international students in Cape Breton from Cape Breton University came together to feed their community. Even though they were far from their home, even though they had just experienced an incredibly powerful storm, some for the first time, even though they had no power, they responded by starting a community kitchen in Sydney. When asked by media what inspired them to do this, some said they began cooking for the community to thank them, to thank Cape Bretoners who made them feel welcome. It's a pretty common story, not just in Cape Breton, but from all around Nova Scotia, where international students are coming into our communities and making communities better. They're also filling jobs in our workforce. They're contributing to community-led events. They're getting involved in community. They're playing on sports teams. They're bringing their families. The whole demographic of students have changed. Students aren't just students coming out of high school at 18 years of age and looking for an education. They're coming from all around the world into Nova Scotia, some with families, some coming here and they're opening businesses. They're doing graduate level work. They're doing graduate level research and contributing to really expanding what our goals are as a province. Yes, indeed, Nova Scotia is better because these international students choose to come here. They choose to come and study at one of our internationally renowned institutions. And there's no disputing the number of international students that we have coming into our province. And the best form of advertising is word of mouth. And they go back home, and their friends and their family follow them. We're seeing some of our best years yet in attracting international students, and our focus is on helping them stay here in Nova Scotia. One of the ways we get them to stay here in Nova Scotia is to make sure that they do receive the quality education that they came here for. The next way is to make sure that we have the graduate work for them that they're looking for, the opportunities to do research, the opportunities to not only do research, but maybe even open up their own business based on the research that they're doing. As minister, I have the opportunity to speak to students frequently. It's the favorite thing that I do. Anytime I go to a school or I go to a function, my comfort zone, my favorite spot is to talk to students. And I ask them about themselves. I ask them where they come from. How did you end up here? What do you want to do next? I speak to very, very, very few students that don't want to stay right here in Nova Scotia, finish their education, get a job, raise a family. Regardless of what we hear, and we hear a lot of noise about all the negative things that might be going on in the province that international students wouldn't be interested in, but they are. We have a lot to offer here in Nova Scotia. Some key themes I hear from students that can help with attraction and retention are the opportunity to study at leading institutions, providing supports for diversity and inclusion, encouraging research and work-integrated learning opportunities. And addressing the evolving needs of student housing. If I could keep my speech to the rhythm of the pounding, we'd be out of here by now, just saying, but I can't do it. I'd like to take a few moments to speak to each of the items and how we are and our team is working on solution. So firstly, on the opportunity to study at leading institutions. Earlier this month, the Department of Advanced Education and the Premier's Office announced significant new investments at 3 of our post-secondary institutions. These investments are a direct reflection of this government's commitment to fix health care. They support our Action for Health plan. Action for Health is our government's roadmap for a health system where Nova Scotians can access world-class health care in a timely manner. It's our plan to provide Nova Scotians with access to better, faster care. We announced $58.9 million, a huge investment for a new medical campus at Cape Breton University. Included in that is a new collaborative care clinic and an expansion of CBU's Health and Counseling Center. CBU will be working in partnership with Dalhousie University's Faculty of Medicine to train 30 medical students each year who will work in family medicine in rural parts of the province. Not only that, they will focus on Indigenous health for our Mi'kmaq communities around the province. They'll work on our African Nova Scotian and Black communities' health, focusing on specific things outside of what we would normally have in an urban setting. Because rural communities are different. They do have different needs. They have different community makeups, and it's important. Not only that, we'll have once it's established, we'll have 30 new doctors in the province, spread out from one end to the other every year once we get rolling. That's amazing. In addition to that, in order to see Dalhousie University and Cape Breton University collaborate on something that they see as a priority for Nova Scotians, that's progress. That's progress in the post-secondary sector. That is progress, and kudos to the department for working with the universities in order to make this happen. We also announced a $25 million investment to establish new health data analytics and health system administration programs at St. Mary's University. The students to whom I spoke to at this event were excited. So at the end of the announcement, there were probably 25 students from one of the programs, the data analytics program, and they were so excited to see another stream of potential work for them. And of every student that was there, I asked them all specifically, what are you studying, what year are you in, and what are your plans once you graduate? And they all want to stay right here in Nova Scotia. They want to stay in Nova Scotia because they see opportunity. They see another stream of work looking at healthcare data analytics. And healthcare data analytics gets big because right now we have a system. We have the infrastructure of systems of 80 different ones that don't coordinate at all or don't coordinate well. So by using data analytics and having all the information, we can make better predictions of how to solve some of our biggest healthcare challenges. We know what we need, when we need, and where we'll need services, equipment, resources. You can make better predictions. Right now, just using data and using technology, one person, one record. That's major. If I look at myself, I'm 60 years old. I was born. Thank you very much. I know I don't look 60. But if you go back and you try to trace what my medical history is since I was born, you can't do it. I've seen multiple doctors, been to different hospitals, had multiple surgeries. It's not all in one place. So if you can imagine having data, if you're an ambulance driver and you're going to a call and you know the person's name, you can look it up. You can have their medical history at your fingertips. So with data analytics, with moving forward with IT, it's a big investment. The medical community to whom I spoke to about this investment were excited at how healthcare data analysis can transform patient care. Finally, we announced $37.4 million at St. FX to establish the Institute for Innovation on Health. The Institute will focus on the root causes of poor health and related issues. Specifically, it'll look at ways to improve health promotion, wellness in rural communities, including chronic disease prevention and management, rehabilitation, and aging in place. And St. FX is one of the centers across Canada that look at the It'll come to me in a second. I got an hour, I know. My goodness, it's funny when I start looking at these things, and I've dealt and worked with it for 20 years, and I can't remember the name of it, but it'll come to me. And when it does, I'll just blurt it out, and it'll be like a half hour later, and you'll say, oh, that's what he was trying to talk about. So in total, these announcements provided $121.3 million from Advanced Education's 2022-23 budget for more solutions in healthcare. It's part of our long-term plan for healthcare because we know that the best way to recruit more workers is to train them here at home. And the idea of attachment at home, a lot of people will likely stay where they are educated. We have a lot of students that come from other provinces and other countries, and they choose to stay in Nova Scotia. This funding will also help attract the best and brightest. Students tell me that they want to study at the best schools. When they have a choice of where they can go, they want to go to post-secondary institutions that are among the best in the world. They want to go to schools that have new, modern facilities and institutions that are charting new territories. Nova Scotia's institutions will be a magnet to draw in students because of these investments. So these are not just investments in healthcare, they're also investments in students, today and tomorrow. And I said earlier, and I'll probably say it several times, is that at the end of the day, it's what's in the best interest of students. Because students are the ones that today are going to help serve what I'm going to need into the future, especially with healthcare, but they're the ones that are going to be in these seats tomorrow. Mr. Chair, equity, diversity, inclusion, and accessibility are at the core of our work. The students I speak with, they tell me how important it is to them that they feel safe, supported, and included while they study here. Advanced Education is committed to making sure post-secondary students have the support they need to do their best work. This is how we create a post-secondary system that allows students to thrive. We know we have more work to do in this area, and we're committed to doing things differently. And by looking at health analytics, by opening a new med school, by opening an innovation center at St. X, it's doing things differently than we've ever done before. We need short, medium, and long-term solutions, and this is all part of that. For example, our expert staff at Advanced Education are moving forward with our comprehensive plans to support the recruitment and retention of Mi'kmaq and Indigenous post-secondary students. I'm particularly proud of our announcement in partnership with the Department of Health and Wellness to open a new practical nursing program that will train 30 LNU students at NSCC. Starting in September 23-24, Mi'kmaq learners will want to study practical nursing, who want to study practical nursing can learn as part of a Mi'kmaq cohort at NSCC's Pictou campus. Social determinants of health. Thank you very much. That's what I was trying to think of earlier. Sorry, I told you it would just pop in. I couldn't think of the term. So just before I start the next part. So this is an excellent clip. So St. X, they're going to be, they are a center, and it's really going to enhance the center because they're working on the social determinants of health, and I just couldn't think about it. I've worked with it for 20 years, so thank you. So I apologize, Mr. Chair. So we know that cohort-based learning is a supportive learning style that helps students succeed. So the program will offer a custom learning experience through curriculum that is developed with the Mi'kmaq and Indigenous lens. Similarly, in January, we announced a new social work cohort for Black and African Nova Scotians. The Afrocentric Bachelor of Social Work pilot cohort program will welcome 35 Black and African Nova Scotian learners from across the province to be part of the 3-year part-time cohort. Both of these cohorts help to address underrepresentation of professionals in the healthcare and social service system. I am thrilled at the level of interest these programs have generated. In fact, we increased the number of seats from 25 to 35 seats for the African Nova Scotia Bachelor of Social Work program based on the strong interest. My work as an educator in the West Hants area, we really depended a lot on our social workers, and it was very difficult to have social workers go into a traditional African Nova Scotia community, a white social worker that really didn't come from community, understand the dynamics of family and the generational impact that our system, our school system, our health system, our justice system has on those communities. So when I saw this come forward, I was really excited to see all the work that our team put into this to get this going, and working with Dalhousie to get it going. And to see it go from 25 to 35, it just shows how important it is and how needed it is. Another investment the department made this year in students was a commitment for an additional $13 million in funding for MyTax, then for the MyTax internships. MyTax is a national not-for-profit research and innovation organization that helps Nova Scotia businesses, healthcare operators, municipalities, and not-for-profit organizations tap into the student talent in Nova Scotia's world-class institutions. Through these internships, students are doing incredible work. Some students are working at the Shanix Insights Lab on solutions to help seniors. I actually met with them and saw their presentation, and I urged them, I said, please go fast because I'm going to be there soon. So others, like the founders at Axum Neurotechnology, are developing first-of-its-kind medical devices. Through the MyTech Accelerate Entrepreneur Project, Axum developed a wearable device that helps stroke survivors and their caregivers understand treatment response. The company got its start in Volta Labs, right here in Maritime Center, and now they have grown into a new facility based in Dartmouth. They've hired 3 additional post-secondary researchers through MyTax. In total, Nova Scotia's investment in MyTax over the next 4 years will create up to 3,200 more paid internship opportunities for post-secondary students. This is just another example of how we can attract and retain students in Nova Scotia. In all of my opportunities to speak to students, they tell me these investments make a real difference. The MyTax program, our $13 million investment this year over the next 4 years, actually leveraged over $18 million in federal funding. And we've brought ourselves up to par with other bigger provinces right across Canada with these MyTax investments. And there are a lot of businesses right across Nova Scotia that have grown out of MyTax researchers that are, and for the businesses themselves to grow other businesses outside of them. There's little things that you really don't know that's going on in your own communities, no matter where you are in Nova Scotia. You can be in Cornwallis Park, and there's great research going on there that use our MyTax grads. We have Scotian Gold in the Annapolis Valley that use MyTax grads. We have Shanix right across the water. We have the graphite technologies that use them as well. They're all over the place. They're making businesses grow. They're making businesses thrive. And some of these interns are going out and starting their own businesses. There's other investments as well that we're making, and student housing will make a real difference. Students tell me how much they're struggling to find housing, This issue has been growing for years due to lack of foresight and a lack of investment. Our government is listening and doing something about it right now. Within the first few months of our mandate, our government announced it would develop Nova Scotia's first province-wide student housing strategy. The team at Advanced Education has been working incredibly hard in collaboration with the Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and we've identified short, medium, and long-term solutions that will help students. What I really liked about the way that this was being developed is that they really looked at the art of the possible. And we did speak with students, and we did speak with communities, and we did speak with parents. We spoke with everybody in order to get ideas. And sometimes you hear ideas, but nothing really happens. And we took everything that we heard, and it went up on a wall. And it's amazing how they were sorted, and then they were looked at if it were possible, looked at the costing. Really looking forward to sharing that with you when we release that later in the spring. But to see the whole way that took that really humanistic, social approach to developing what we'll have coming soon was just amazing to watch. It was very artful. These solutions will also benefit all Nova Scotians because more student options will free up housing stock and alleviate some pressure in the housing market. I'm looking forward to releasing Nova Scotia's first province-wide students' housing strategy, and in the meantime, we're not waiting to act on housing solutions for students. We're moving on building the necessary housing infrastructure to meet the evolving needs of post-secondary students. In 2022-23, we advanced student housing projects and made significant investments in infrastructure currently under construction. So progress is underway right now in the three projects. So Ivany campus with 200 beds, right across the way. My son goes to Ivany, gives me an update. Just about every day he comes home, it's like, oh, they got the fences up, they're trying to get the walls up, and then so that should be ready to go 2025. We have Akerley campus right across the way, so that's 300 beds right here in the metro area, and that's expected to be ready in September 2024. And the walls are up. It's funny. They have these tip-up walls, and when you go by, it's like you see nothing, and the next thing you know, the whole thing is up. So the progress on that is going very, very well. And then at our Pictou campus in Stellarton, that is for 50 beds. So in total, we will have 350 beds. That's going to relieve the housing market across the province. In Cape Breton, we announced $5 million in funding to help support the Tartan Downs housing project, a mixed-use development that will include student housing. That's been a piece of property that's been there for a lot of years now. They've been working on ideas on how to move that forward as a housing project. We're very pleased to be able to get an influx of money in there to make sure that student housing is a priority. The Atlantic School of Theology in Halifax received $3 million to preserve and maintain student accommodations. These rooms house students from several nearby institutions in Halifax and will increase the number of beds from 65 to 97. These housing solutions are all part of a larger plan. We're not done yet. A larger plan that incorporates feedback from post-secondary students, feedback from community, feedback from post-secondary institutions, because we truly are listening. In order to capture a wide range of perspectives, we worked with the Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing to reach as many Nova Scotians as possible through a housing needs assessment and public survey. We received feedback from every demographic, including from students. I'd like to thank everyone who took the time to fill out the survey. You will have helped to inform our work. At Advanced Education, hearing directly from students is critical to our work. We meet regularly with student groups through 2 government student roundtables, one for university students and the other for NSCC. These roundtables include representation from Students Nova Scotia, Canadian Federation of Students, thank you, and individual student union elected leader from each campus. We always gain valuable and important insight into the student experience through these channels, and I'm very proud of the strong collaborative and trusted relationship we've already built with student groups across the province. I'll continue to do site visits at post-secondary institutions where I can meet with students from universities and NSCC campuses province-wide. I gain so much insight from meeting with professors, faculty, and in particular from students. And one of the key things that I find is important, I enjoy doing, I just don't speak with student leadership. I think it's important, whether it's through a video chat or it's getting into classroom, is talking to students that aren't necessarily student leaders. Sometimes they have different ideas, they have different challenges. So I make sure that I talk to students on the ground as well, not just in leadership positions. So one of the it was a NSCC in Cape Breton at Marconi campus. It was my first my first foray into speaking with the class, and it was the electrical, it was the trade, and I think it might have been their second year, but I believe there are approximately 28 students, and there were 4 women, and 3 of the women came through Women Unlimited, and it was such a great program that they really talked it up. I didn't know a lot about the program at the time, but it's funny when people started talking, asking questions, it was the women that really stepped forward because they were so proud of being in the program and talked so highly of the Women Unlimited program. But to hear the perspective and hear where these students were coming from. And one of the things I'm always curious about is that how did you get there? How did you choose electrical at NSCC? Did you come out of high school? Were you out into the workforce? And then I asked them about, well, what are some of the challenges and stuff that you may have? And the things I hear, several did come directly out of high school, but we had several family people there, so that were married and they had children, and trying to balance, how can I go to school, work at the same time, balance family life. And it's interesting to hear the stories because it brings it gives us a perspective from everybody, just not the traditional student that we thought of in the past. And students have changed and therefore the way that we do student housing has changed, because we do know that when we construct student housing, and some of the ones that have been constructed do accommodate for that. And so we're always looking for different models. But by speaking to students, and every now and then it's an international student at Mount St. Vincent, just kind of said straight up, like, you know what, I'm an international student from Brazil, and I have difficulty affording to go to school right now. But if I could work more than 20 hours a week, then I think I'd be able to support myself. And so those are the messages that we take back to Minister Balser. Minister Balser works with her federal counterparts. So we were very pleased to see the advocacy work from our province with the federal government to say, you know what, if you're an international student, you can work more than 20 hours. And that means a lot. That means a lot to international students, and also means a lot to our employers that are looking for workers, because we have tens of thousands of international students right across this province, and a lot of them want to work. And if they can work more than 20 hours a week, then we're filling the need for the student, and we're filling the need for employers. I lived in France for 2 years, and they had the same type of agreement where you could only work 20 hours. And it does handcuff you to a certain extent when you really need money. Your hope is always, when you go to a country and you're living for a couple of years, that your budget works out. But your budget doesn't always work out. So I think it was great progress. It was a great thing for international students, and kudos to our team and kudos to Minister Balser's team for really advocating for that with the feds. So also on my first tour, I was thrilled with the number of students who told me they plan to stay here in Nova Scotia after graduation. I did mention that earlier. But they see Nova Scotia has plenty of opportunities, and they want to start their careers here. And when we look at a lot of the places where students are coming from, our number one country right now, it kind of goes between India and China. But the opportunities that we have here are so much greater than what they have in their homes. And I also mentioned earlier that word of mouth is our best advertiser. And that's one of the reasons that we're seeing so many international students that are coming to Nova Scotia. These students are our future doctors, nurses, CCAs, paramedics, skilled trades professionals, teachers, and early childhood educators, and more. They're our future neighbors, colleagues, and friends. These are our province's future, and continued and open dialogue with them is so important, and I am absolutely committed to doing that. Mr. Chair, I'll get into the meat of our budget estimates next, but I'd like to take a moment to share some of the progress and key milestones of advanced education's broad and diverse mandate, as highlighted in my mandate letter. We're growing a progressive education model for continuing care assistance programs, and we're seeing tremendous results. Working with the Department of Seniors and Long-Term Care, the department introduced a progressive education work and learn model that includes tuition support. The progressive education model allows CCAs to enter the workforce earlier than in a traditional CCA program. This helps them understand the work very early in their education journey. The aim is to increase the number of CCAs receiving training and working in the healthcare system. I'm so pleased to share that the plan is working. In January, we surpassed more than 1,000 students signing up to become a CCA. We are proud to be more than halfway to our goal of reaching 2,000 CCAs enrolled in these programs across the province. In 2023-24, advanced education will continue to support private career colleges, NSCC and University St. Anne, as they deliver or prepare to deliver a progressive education and training model for CCAs to meet our target. And our Minister of Long-Term Care and seniors and I attended a graduation for a private career college in the spring and had wonderful conversations with students and how excited they were about the progressive model, because the ability to be able to work and still earn some income while you're going to school truly makes a difference. And this really, that first cohort that went through was like we really did try to work out what are some of the unforeseen things you may come out, or unintended consequences and whatnot. And we're prepared to maybe we might need to do a major shift in the way we do things. And at the end of the day, it was like, wow, this is awesome. And this is showing that it's working. We're also working with the Department of Health and Wellness to increase medical school residency seats. We funded 5 additional medical school seats in a pilot program between Cape Breton University and Dalhousie University. Together, they are training 5 students who will complete their residency in rural parts of the province. We announced the establishment of Nova Scotia's 2nd medical school campus, which I already mentioned. It will provide an additional 30 residency seats per year, every year. By the time it is fully operational, 120 medical students will be studying through the additional medical school offering. These are formative years for students to be studying in our rural communities, where they can form lasting connections and have the option to take over practices from retiring doctors. And when I think about doctors going to rural Nova Scotia, it has to be a focus for us. It has to be a focus for what we're looking at advanced education and the province, because every community is going to grow and grow and grow. Not every person that moves to Nova Scotia wants to come to the urban center. They don't want to be necessarily in Halifax and Dartmouth. They do desire maybe to live on the water. Maybe they do desire to live in the valley or in Cape Breton. And they're becoming more and more popular as destinations to live because, as we all know, we have 13,000 kilometers of coastline. You can drive anywhere within an hour and hit the coast. I don't know if you knew it or not, but we have amazing golf courses right around Nova Scotia. And culturally, we're growing. We are growing everywhere. The Acadian culture has been here for decades. Our indigenous cultures are showing off their culture more and more, really making our communities more vibrant. We're really working with our African Nova Scotian communities, our traditional communities, but we're not going to be our traditional communities anymore because we're welcoming so many newcomers into the province. We're finalizing the development of our sexual violence prevention policies. In 2022-23, we worked with universities and NSCC to continue the implementation of existing sexual violence response and prevention policies and programs. We began working with private career colleges on the development and implementation of sexual violence prevention policies. We're pleased this important work will be finalized in 2023-24 because everyone should be safe from sexual violence.
Got about 10 minutes.
83 pages left. Sorry. And we've reviewed University Acts, governance models, and structure, which was a big part of my mandate. In 2022-23, the department completed its mandate to review university charters and acts with respect to their governance models and structures. The review included a jurisdictional scan that looked at university governance and structure. Our review helped identify other areas to explore further, such as research priorities. This work provided a foundation for the department strategy map and discussed as part of the MOU renewal in 2024. Mr. Chair, these are some highlights of work the department has completed and that are listed in my mandate letter. We are committed to the mandate work, and our team is excited about the next chapter and our role in Nova Scotia's success. We'll continue to work collaboratively to achieve the key deliverables outlined in my mandate letter and beyond, to set our province on the path to further success and growth. Now I'll move to talk about my department's 2023-24 budget. Mr. Chair, Advanced Education's budget estimate for the upcoming 2023-2024 fiscal year is $707,234,000. This estimate represents an increase of $30.6 million from the department's 2022-23 budget estimate. I will outline factors that contribute to this increase as I walk through the Department of Advanced Education's budget details. This total budget includes 74 full-time equivalent positions that support our critical work. In 2023-24, we are committing to increase NSCC's operating grant by $1 million, $144,000, to help them deal with inflationary pressures. This helps to avoid costs that would otherwise be passed on to the students and keeps the option of studying at NSCC more affordable for students. In this year's overall budget, Advanced Education received a $30.6 million increase, which includes $2.8 million to continue funding the nursing seat expansion. This supports a total of 80 Bachelor of Science nursing seats and is the second year of a 4-year commitment. Since adding additional nursing seats, we're really pleased that all seats have been filled at Dalhousie University, Cape Breton University. There are still some opportunities at St. Francis Xavier for interested students in the coming academic year. $900,000 increase for ongoing funding to Dalhousie School of Medicine. Combined, these two investments represent a $3.7 million increase in platform commitments to fix healthcare. A total of $14.3 million increase will help deal with major pressures in post-secondary. This includes $3.8 million increase in operating grants to the province's 10 universities. This is a fixed increase of 1% annually, as prescribed in the Memorandum of Understanding that is in place until 2024. We look forward to working on a new agreement with universities this year. $1.1 million to provide funding to the NSCC for inflationary pressures. $3.5 million in additional funding for loan forgiveness. $1.3 million in repayment assistance programs. The repayment assistance program is a debt management tool made available to borrowers who are having difficulty repaying their student loan debt. This program makes it easier for student loan borrowers to manage their debt by paying back their student loan at a rate they can reasonably afford based on their income and family size. This year alone, the program helped over 9,000 students. We are increasing the annual income threshold from $25,000 to $40,000 for a single student. Thresholds will increase based on family composition. And basically, we really align that with what's going on federally, is that students don't have to start paying back their portion of the Nova Scotia student loan. It was at $25,000. Now they have to make over $40,000 before they have to start paying back their Nova Scotia portion. $845,000 increase to provide funding for the Nova Scotia bursary program. Under this program, every student resident who attends a Nova Scotia university receives the Nova Scotia University Student Bursary at $1,283 annually based on full-time study. This is money that is taken directly off the student's tuition invoice and doesn't need to be repaid. We are seeing an increase because more students are enrolling. $3.8 million increase for zero-interest student assistance programs. The increase in this budget item is due to the increase in interest rates and an anticipated increase in the amount of provincial loans negotiated due to the federal government reducing the value of the Canada Student Grant from $6,000 to $3,000. This is in anticipation of the federal government no longer doubling the Canada Student Grant, which is expected to end in July 2023, and higher interest rates. In 2023-24, $5.7 million is allocated for wage increases to the NSCC and civil servants. $1.2 million increase for the Canada Student Grant for services and equipment for persons with disabilities. This helps advance the province's accessibility goals under Access by Design 2030. $2.7 million to adjust amortization funding in the 2023-24 budget. $48,000 to renew the service provider contract for the Student Nova Scotia Student Assistance Program. Mr. Chair, our budget highlights some of the exciting things going on at advanced education, but I'd like to take some time to share some details of our core programs in 4 minutes. For those of you who may not know, the Student Assistance Program provides needed-based financial assistance to eligible Nova Scotia residents who would be unable or unlikely to pursue post-secondary education, otherwise due to insufficient resources. Proudly, Nova Scotia has one of the most generous student assistance programs in the country. Nova Scotia Student Assistance has been significantly improved over the last 10 years, providing $30 million for Nova Scotia students in need. But we know these are extremely challenging times for students, and we are doing more. We recognize students needed help, and early in the year, my department made a $6.2 million investment in thousands of eligible Nova Scotia students in the greatest need. We issued a one-time, non-repayable grant of $550 to about 11,000 students to help them with the rising cost of living. Students have said this grant helped reduce their anxiety and worry about how they will pay their rent or cover cost of food, or stay in school, allowing them to focus more on their studies. At the time of the announcement, the chair of Students Nova Scotia said this investment came at a critical time when students were wondering how they will make their next rental payment or keep the lights on for the winter term. Our key focus is supporting students with the greatest need and making sure education is accessible and affordable. We also want to help reduce student debt loads and make it more attractive for students to stay in Nova Scotia after graduation. The loan forgiveness program has been one of our biggest success stories under this effort. Under the loan forgiveness program, eligible Nova Scotia students can have the entire provincial portion of their student loan forgiven upon graduation if they complete the program with 5 years. Since its inception, loan forgiveness have saved over 13,000 students close to $89 million in student debt. Loan forgiveness is just one example of how we are enhancing programs to help students. Earlier, I talked about increases for the repayment assistance program and the Nova Scotia University Student Bursary Program. In total, Nova Scotia students can receive over $40,000 in non-repayable assistance through these financial supports. We know affordability is an important consideration for students when they are deciding where to go to school. The Department of Advanced Education is committed to making sure post-secondary education is accessible to students by removing barriers, including financial barriers. We continue to make investments in student assistance to support students in need. We will continue to make investments that can help graduates who are entering the repayment. We will continue to create opportunities for students to earn while they learn. These are all components of solutions that encourage people to pursue their post-secondary goals right here in Nova Scotia. Mr. Chair, thank you so much for your time and attention. I know I've given you lots to digest. I hope these remarks reflect the extreme pride that I have in working with my team and the mandate of my department. Our work is important and it's necessary. I am now happy to take questions.
Thank you, Minister, for your remarks. According to the practice that is developed in the legislature, opposition caucuses will take turns asking questions for approximately 1 hour each. During caucus turn, the members may, within the caucus, you may go back and forth within the caucus to ask questions. Only the minister may answer the question, and caucuses are expected to share time fairly with the independent member. To begin the examination, I now recognize the official opposition, the member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I promise my examination won't be too intimate. Thanks, everyone, for your time. Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to ask some questions. Minister, congratulations on another year in your department, to his wonderful team of staff. I know how hard all of you are working to make sure that the minister is prepped and the department serves the direction of the government, and it's clear that you've had some new responsibilities dropped into your lap collectively as a department through the government's efforts around healthcare, and I'm sure that's all exciting, difficult, fun at times, and I wish you Godspeed as we collectively try to tackle the province's healthcare woes. I come from a background of student government. Shortly before I was elected to office in 2013, I was a student leader and had hoped to find myself in this position of critic for advanced ed when the former Premier Ian Rankin was at the helm, and now through our successor leader, I asked for the position once again. I do feel strongly about the value of education, in particular post-secondary, and its ability to impact not only individual students, but communities and our province, and certainly, without a doubt, Nova Scotia has a profound place in the country and world as a resting place for post-secondary students. It's a great tool that we have to attract new Nova Scotians, and I'm pleased to see that there's some acknowledgement of the importance of making sure that we have opportunities to land new Nova Scotians and ensure that there are opportunities for them beyond their time studying at one of our many wonderful post-secondary institutions. Minister, I would like to, you covered a lot, and I'll do my best to keep up with you here and try to ask some questions that perhaps you didn't cover. The first line of questioning, as a former student leader and as someone actually who's actively a student, I'm studying at Mount St. Vincent. Shout out to my future alumnus, I guess, at the Mount. Tuition is certainly a big component to any student at any levels. Considerations when it comes to choosing and going through post-secondary. And a particular question that comes to mind, as we know, that the feds do not intend to continue to double their grant amount, and I know that this budget does afford some money to try and support this blow. I'm wondering how much of the increase to the budget will be dedicated to address the shortfall that will exist because of the change in tone by the feds. Through the chair.
The Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you for your comments, and thank you very much for your question. I do appreciate your background in student leadership, and do appreciate that you're a student at Mount St. Vincent. I happen to have 2 degrees from there, so we'll share something in common when you finish. I think we already share something in common. There's no doubt that when students go to school, one of the things they need to have is predictability. So one of the things that's been in place under the existing MOU is that student tuition is capped for undergraduate degrees at 3%. So that is predictable for students, which is a good thing. So if you are a Nova Scotia student going to a Nova Scotia university, we do have the $1,283 based on a full course load that's taken off your tuition directly. So students don't even see it, they don't have to pay it, they don't have to worry about it. So that's automatically paid. The funding that was coming, the COVID money that was coming from the federal government were really one-time grants. But we have done some things around student assistance, because one of the things upon graduation is that you do have to repay your loan. Our student assistance office, and some of the folks who are sitting beside me, is that when it comes time for the repayment assistance program for those that are having difficulties, they do everything they absolutely can in order to make it work. We want our graduates to be able to find jobs, move on to the next stage of their lives in order to do that. And by increasing the repayment threshold from $25,000 to $40,000 is a game changer for a lot of students. So for our students that need the most assistance, in 21-22, we were able to offer them $875 in a one-time grant. And then last year we were able to do similar at $550. So anytime that we can do that, it helps students and helps them get over a hump. The loan forgiveness programs for students who graduate from a Nova Scotia university within 5 years, they have the full amount of their Nova Scotia student loan that's written off. It's theirs. So that's a big, big piece of the pie that a lot of people don't realize when they stay here in Nova Scotia. Yeah, and we did have an overall increase in student assistance of $10.4 million. So that's showing that more people are using student assistance. So.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Through you, thank you to the minister for that response. Geez, where do I go with this stuff? There's a lot to cover here. You mentioned it, and it's certainly something that it creates, as you say, that level of predictability, and it's an important tool, be it the tuition cap. And given that the MOU is right around the corner, can you speak to whether or not that cap will be lifted, grown, reduced, or what the expectations around a tuition cap will be for you as minister and government the next go-around at MOU negotiations, please?
I recognize the honourable minister of Advanced Education.
Yeah, so the MOU is really interesting, and when we finally defined, really what we're going to do and how we're going to move forward with it, by doing that jurisdictional scan and looking at, what is each school doing, how are they doing it differently, how are they doing it similarly, what are the best practices, it was a really good opportunity for us to start thinking about what is the art of the possible, because at the end of the day, when we sign the new MOU, we need it to be in the best interest of students and the best interest of Nova Scotians. So when we start looking at the priorities of the province, the priorities of students, what they're looking forward to, like what are you getting out of an education, that needs to be included in the MOU. And we are in constant discussions with our universities in order to try to figure out, well, what does that look like? What does that look like in Cape Breton as opposed to Clare? What does that look like in Antigonish as opposed to Wolfville? Does it mean something different in Halifax itself? So we're really trying to look at the full picture, look at the art of the possible, and say, does the MOU actually lead us to a better place? Because we know we're going to sign an MOU for several years, and at the end of that MOU, whatever is included needs to make sure that the best interests of Nova Scotians and students are looked after.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate that. I appreciate the complexity and the variety of programs and needs and abilities and priorities of our different institutions. I think it's clearly important to people that go to each different school that it's something that, despite having a number of primarily undergraduate schools, we give at Acadia, we give St. FX a hard time and vice versa, but we're both very tied to the personal fabric, the culture that exists on respective campuses, which is why, you know, over the years, there's been a very important discussion about Nova Scotia institutions remaining intact and having that ability to remain independent of one another. I know that there is collaboration amongst universities with respect to sharing some degree of services and I guess finding common denominators where efficiencies can be had, and that is initiated by respective institutions, but not forced by a government to do so or anybody to do so. But to my question, I had asked if there would be any movement with respect to the tuition cap, and I'd like the minister through the chair to clarify whether or not he intends or sees the possibility of an increase to that tuition cap, or what, based on that notion that, you know, each institution has different characteristics and needs. Could we see something to the effect that each university might have its own respective tuition cap that would reflect on-site needs and wants?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's important to me that students can go to post-secondary. It's important to me that if your parents always dreamed of an education, my dad, that's all he wanted. He wanted his kids to have a university education because he didn't have the opportunity to do it. Don't look at me. So, but it's at my very core. It truly is. And he sacrificed a lot. He sacrificed a lot. I got 4 degrees, so I think I took it to heart. I don't. When I look at the MOU and I look at tuition, I look at the whole thing. I look at our student housing strategy. You can't separate student tuition from student housing from cost of food. It's all one big umbrella. It all has to work together. You can't think about the cost of what it costs for an education and just talk about tuition and not talk about housing or not talk about transportation. It's bigger. It's probably bigger than we thought because it's important that we haul other entities in, other departments and stuff in to try to find a solution. That's what's so beautiful about the student housing strategy, is that we're working with other departments in order to really try to solve some of the issues that are facing students. And there's always a balancing act. So where's the balance of the affordability for students to get an education and a quality education, and the balance of making sure that our university system, our post-secondary system, stays viable? I've looked at all kinds of different ways, like how could we possibly get a student that lives maybe only 45 minutes away to be able to come into Halifax, the Halifax area, to go to either a university or an SEC. Unless you have a vehicle, is really, really tough. So we have to look at transportation. If I want to get a 4-year degree, maybe it's a business degree, or maybe it's in technology. How can I afford that when my parents don't have the means? I live so far away. There's lots of ways to mitigate it. Some of it's promotion because we already have some of those structures in place. And I mentioned that if I'm living in Yarmouth, or I'm living in Amherst, or I'm living in Digby, or Cape Breton somewhere, there's an NSCC just about everywhere across this province within an hour drive to somehow to get you there. They have over 70 programs. And a lot of people don't know it. Students don't know it in high school. Parents don't know it. A lot of educators don't know it. But if you live in Yarmouth and you want to do a business degree, or you want to do an IT degree, or you want to do culinary arts and change that to a degree, or forestry management, you can do 2 years at an NSCC in your hometown or within an hour's drive. And then you can get credit for that at various universities around the province or in other provinces, that you can get a 4-year degree. Therefore, you can live at home. You can eat your parents' food. You can live under their roof. And you can probably afford to pay the NSCC tuition for most programs is around $3,700. In addition to that, by the time you move out of your parents' home, if that's where you're living, you're a little bit more mature. You probably know what you want a little bit better. And then you'll have more success by the time you get to your 3rd year. I've had more than one university president say to me that some of our best students in 3rd year come from NSCC. That says a lot. So some of those structures are already in place. I also really think about choice, and I think about transitions, and about affordability, and I think about 4-year programs. Why are they 4-year programs when they used to be 3-year programs? Why does it take 6 years to become a teacher? So we're looking at this whole thing about affordability and getting the workforce what they need. If I'm an elementary school teacher, and by the way, I'm an elementary school teacher, why do I need 6 years of education in order to do that? Do I need to go do a BSc or a BA in history or child studies for 4 years and then to do 2 years of education? I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but I think there's a better way forward. I ask questions. Why do we have our post-secondary? For the most part, most programs go from September to April. And then you can do electives, or you can pick up odd courses throughout from May through to August. Well, why aren't we offering more? Why aren't we making it part of what students do? Why aren't we making that part of the culture? Because right now, if I threw that out there, you're thinking, oh my God, well, I worked from May to whenever to make money. Well, I think that's awesome. But why don't we start thinking bigger and thinking differently and think work integrated learning? Why don't we have more co-ops? Why don't schools offer more co-ops that go in May, June, July, August, that they're actually getting paid for doing a course? And when we do our jurisdictional scan, you know, a lot of schools, they do those work integrated learning, but they all do them differently. Sometimes you work for 3 months and you get 1 credit. Some of them you got to do 3 different co-ops to get a credit. So we have the tools, they're already there. We just need to do them better. If we can accelerate a program, from 4 years to 3 years, I'm not even talking about students doing fewer courses. I'm just saying make it available somehow. But it costs the average student, if they're in student housing and they're paying for a meal plan, over $14,000 a year. If you can accelerate that by 1 year, you save them $14,000 in living fees, food costs, and you get them into the workforce 1 year earlier. The opportunity cost of staying in a program 1 year longer is massive. If it's a $60,000 a year job, it's $60,000 opportunity cost. If it's a $40,000 job, it's a $40,000 opportunity cost. And then there's the cost to the employer who needs workers now. I'm not sure if when I did my first 4-year degree, and I'll admit it took me 6 years to get it, but I'm not sure if some of the courses I took were of value to me or not. I don't know that. I don't think they were. I think when I did my education degree, I was the last one to do a 1-year education degree at Mount St. Vincent before they turned to 2 years. They were the last school to turn to a 2-year education degree. I did it in the last year. I could have gone to Acadia and done 2 years, or I could have gone to Mount St. Vincent and done 1 year. I don't think there's anybody out there that's going to say to me, man, you sucked as a teacher because you only did 1 year. I don't think. A lot of the teachers that I started with came through Nova Scotia Teachers College in Truro, 3-year programs. Some people would say some of the best teachers they ever worked with came from that school. So when we talk about the MOU, when we talk about the costs, when we talk about specifically tuition costs, or specifically housing costs, or food costs, or any of that, we can't talk about it in a bubble. We have to talk about it as that big umbrella piece. And when my team, the people that are surrounding me, are working on solutions, we're working on that big umbrella. It's bigger. It's bigger than just that one little piece. And it's complicated. And so we keep consulting, we keep coming up with ideas, we keep going back to the universities and talking to students and throwing things out there. The group that I introduced yesterday, was it yesterday? Yesterday, from Johns Hopkins University. They're a second-year master's level policy class that they're doing. Most of the students from that program are going to be working in government, working on policy. We had 2 big problems that they offered. They offered their help, but we gave them 2 questions to research. The first question was transitioning. When you transition from high school, what are the things, what are the best practices, what's the jurisdictional scan that, what are people doing that are helping kids transition better? I have conversations all the time with parents and with students. What are you doing next year when you graduate? My son just graduated. I had all kinds of conversations over the last 2 years. I was at Lockview High School talking to students last month, asked all kinds of questions. A lot of students, they'll say, I'm not sure what I want to do, but I'm going to go to, pick a school. I could pick St. FX or Cape Breton or Dallas, but I'm going to go for a year and check it out, see what I like. Our attrition rate, kind of on average, right across Canada really, is almost 1/3 of students that drop out. Can you imagine if it cost you $25,000 a year and you didn't quite know what you want to do, and then you drop out in your first year and cost you $25,000? My first year university at Dal, I lasted 3 months. 3 months. Now, it didn't cost $25,000, but it cost my parents' kind of dream. It was like, what on earth is Brian going to do now? It cost money. It cost like self-esteem, like all of those things that go with I'm a failure. I did great in high school. I played sports. I did all of these things. And I dropped out in 3 months. What a loser. And how many students? Are we putting 33% of our students going through that same emotional thing? And then if you look at the cost of an education, a cost of living for 1 year, that's catastrophic. That's a disaster. So we need to improve. We're never going to get it perfect, but we need to improve it somehow. That could be through curricular changes. It might be by how we're offering it. It might be by doing better transitioning. If I'm in a trade, even if I go through a skilled trades programs in high school, or I don't, but I say I want to be a welder. Not a lot of our schools offer welding as a skilled trade, but I want to be a welder. There's great jobs. I can go to the shipyard. I can go anywhere in the province, and I can be a welder. It's great. You can do a 1-year program or a 2-year program in NSCC. Some of those programs have a higher attrition rate than 33%. Why? Because the kids were never, ever exposed to what welding is. If you have to put an acetylene pack on your back and go into a confined space, it's like, no thank you. So I'm in school for 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, I pay my tuition, and I drop out. And I drop out because it wasn't what I thought it was going to be, because we didn't have proper transitions. So how do we do that better? Maybe we have to work with Department of Education. Of course we have to work with Department of Education. Do we have to work with NSCC? Of course we do. Do we have to work with apprenticeship? Of course we do. But we have to do a better job at doing transitions. That's why we had Johns Hopkins University here doing research for us on what are the best practices to transition. Because we can save students and families money, heartache, and also those students, since NSCC is a first come, first serve. If you apply first, you get in first. We can open up seats to kids that have a better understanding of what they're getting into right across the board. Did I answer your question in that somewhere?
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Yeah, thank you through the chair to the minister. I can appreciate the complexity of the household budget and different opportunities to alleviate financial pressure through a variety of different streams, and it seems to be the consistency of this government to talk about programs and opportunities that fall on the outsides of the fundamental piece to budgeting and finance. And the example I'll use is we talk about, investments for with respect to low-income Nova Scotians and heat pumps and, $1,000 rebate. But if you don't have a house, then you can't access that rebate. So we're talking about something over here. And the problem is, in this case, we don't have any increases for income assistance, which is the baseline component to, a vulnerable Nova Scotian's household budget. So now we're talking about housing over here. We're talking about building 350 new beds for X number of students across the province. So there's a gap there. And the fundamental piece, that income assistance piece in the student assistance world, is tuition, and how much the baseline tuition is going to cost. It will, in many cases, dictate whether a student can or cannot go to a school. It will dictate whether or not a student will choose school A, B, and C. Maybe here, maybe elsewhere. So I think that I don't want to belabor this too much, because in the back of my mind, I'm thinking the negotiations haven't started yet, and perhaps it's not an answer that I will receive specifically today. But I think that the minister needs to be acutely aware, and I'm sure that he is, and I will trust that he is, that that cap on tuition is mission critical in ensuring that what universities and colleges leverage as what's required to make up any funding gaps is that tuition piece. So ensuring that component of the MOU remains intact is truly mission critical. And through the chair and the minister's previous response, he referenced the importance of co-op education and ensuring that those type of professional experiences are paid and there are opportunities for them. So I'm wondering why this year's budget lacks with respect to expanding the scope of the available co-op opportunities in the province, when schools like Mount St. Vincent, I know, continue to advocate for enhancements to co-op education with respect to the number of co-ops that are out there and the opportunities to be compensated for them are. So I'd like the minister to weigh in as he suggests co-op education is certainly so valuable.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
And thank you for that. But to go back a little bit on the tuition piece, where you stated that's the pinnacle piece of whether or not a student can afford to go to a university or a post-secondary institution or not. I don't quite agree with that. I know that tuition cap, that I know it's important. I know it's important for that predictability piece, and say I know what I'm going to pay. But I think if I'm looking at tuition at $9,500, that if I can save $15,000 by being able to live at home and eat at home and stay with my parents, because I think one of the things I always look at, if all else is given equal, or if all else stays exactly the way they were last year, what are ways that we already have built within the system that we can make it more affordable for a student. And that's where we talk about housing and transportation and looking at alternative ways to get a university education if that's what you wish, or a college degree or a private career college. So I think it's a little bit bigger than that. And when you talk about co-op, so I don't look at co-op as being the one and done piece. As far as I look at it as that general programming as work integrated learning. And it is important because it only makes sense that students that we have in our system, we attach them somehow to that next step, whatever they're doing. So whether they're going to work in the private sector, the public sector, a not-for-profit, or whether they're going to go on to further education, they need to touch it and they need to feel it, and they need to understand if it's for them or not. There's nothing better than somebody that's picked a program that goes to do a work-integrated learning jaunt and finds out, oh my God, I absolutely love it. The next best thing to that is for them to say, I absolutely hate it. Because it gives them the opportunity to pivot before they spend another 3 years or 2 years or whatever in their program to have that experience. And it's so important for students to get out into the workforce. Given that, where you didn't see anything in there that specifically said co-op, where our big investments happened for students is in my tax. So we increased it from $1 million a year to $13 million, which leverages over $18 million over 4 years with the federal government. So the internships are now 3,000, potentially 3,200 internships units out there, as opposed to previous 250. Those MyTax internships are vital to our industries because these students are doing research with them. They're getting paid to do the research with these companies. Very often the companies are hiring them in order to do the research for them, and then once they graduate, they hire them to stay on full time. What's as good as that, or even better? A lot of these students that are working in MyTax programs for these companies are going off and opening their own businesses, and then they're hiring more people. They're contributing to the economy. They want to stay here in Nova Scotia. It's amazing the whole focus of that as it moves through. When we look at our sandboxes, and we start with our sandboxes, and I think Dal has 3 sandboxes, NSCC has a sandbox, there's a sandbox at CBU, a sandbox at Acadia. They bring in students, they bring in high school students. But the sandboxes are areas where a student, while they're in a program, can start kind of tinkering with some ideas that they might want to turn into a business. And then once they get that and they solidify it enough, they move up to the next level where they might be at one of the innovation centers. They might be at Volta where they can really build on it. And they might get a MyTax internship. So we have actually invested $13 million over 4 years into MyTax for work integrated learning.
I recognize the honourable member from Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
I appreciate there are opportunities out there, so maybe I could be more specific. What is the change in budget for experiential learning at the department from last year to this year?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
So for the work integrated learning, so that would be the MyTax. So that's $3.5 million for this year's budget.
I recognize the Honourable Member from Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
So that's 3.5 this year through the chair. What was it last year? Please and thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
So last year was $1 million, so it's an increase of 2.5. So,
I recognize the honourable member from Bedford South.
You got it, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister, and all the staff for being here. I'm also the housing critic for our party as well, so obviously the housing pieces of this are really interesting to me, and I think, as the minister said in his opening comments, issues around housing are affecting everyone in our province, from the youngest to the oldest, and certainly students are no exception, and probably, I would say, particularly vulnerable, of course, because they're not working in most cases full time, and their earning potential is not what someone who's 30 and up would have, generally speaking. So. I'm just curious, you mentioned 3 projects in particular at NSCC campuses, Ivany, Akerley, and Pictou, 550 beds, I guess, in total between those over the next 2.5 years or so, and I'm sure those are great investments, absolutely necessary. I'm just curious what the department's assessment is for housing need at other universities. I think, for example, or at universities. I think, for example, I know at CBU, given the real success they've had with international students, which is wonderful, the downside of that is that the housing market there certainly has not been able to keep up by any means. Just last night, I was speaking to a student at Dal who's in her first year. She's from Ecuador, actually, so she's an international student at Dal, living in residence at Dal, but told me that all of the second-year students who were in her residence who wanted to stay there were basically told, you can't stay at the residence this year because we need the spaces for first-year students coming in. And obviously those second-year students are scrambling and having a really hard time. So what is the department's position on housing need at universities beyond the NSCC projects, and are there any plans to do something similar at other institutions? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
thank you, Mr. Chair. So student housing is always on my mind, and we do have the student housing strategy that we're diligently working on, hoping to get out very soon. And our focus is truly making sure that we have short, mid, and long-term solutions for student housing. But we have done some things while we're in the process of doing this, and of course, the 3 NSCC student residences are certainly part of that. So we're not really waiting until we get it done. If we see ideas and we're able to do it, we get them out there as quickly as possible. When you talk about Cape Breton University, they have done a wonderful job, as you mentioned, at attracting international students. Part of the issue this year is that we did have 2 years of COVID, where students that were previously accepted over those 2 years that didn't come, they all came, they came at the same time. So they did have a massive influx. Coupled with, there were a lot of Cape Bretoners that used to open up their homes, used to rent a room or rent a space in their house to an international student or a student that's in the area, and that closed down. They've never recovered from that either. So we had a bunch of things that came together. But we did this year, last year now, invest $5 million in the Tartan Downs project, and we want to make sure that students have a place within that Tartan Downs project, and they will. Very recently, Cape Breton University also announced that they have a building that they're converting, and I believe it's for 200 rooms for student housing, which is really going to help as well. But I think we also see the private sector that's starting to step up a little bit, and that was one of the announcements 2 weeks ago now in the Port Hawkesbury area, where there's a private company that wants to open up housing for students and for workers because of all the development going on up there. But also a little bit more locally, we put $3 million into Atlantic School of Theology for them to upgrade that building in order to have more students in there as well. But the student housing strategy is really going to encompass a lot of different things, a lot of different ideas, to fit a lot of different demographic of students. And so we are talking with every school. we're talking with every school right around this province, say, what is your need? How's it going to fit within the community? And it's important. And as I mentioned, the demographic has changed. It's not just a, a student going in to have a one-bedroom or you have 2 beds and a desk in there. Things are changing, and students demand something a little bit different. So we are working. We're working hard, and I'll look forward to sharing it with you sooner than later.
Just a reminder, the official opposition we have until about 2:41. I recognize the honourable member from Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess just to clarify the point, and thank you for the answer, any additional projects of this nature, new housing for post-secondary institutions, if they are to happen, will be outlined in this housing strategy? And you expect that to come out, I assume, this year at least, based on what you indicated there?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
So our hope is to get it out this spring.
Recognize the Honourable Member from Bedford South.
Well, that's good. That's good. Tomorrow it is then. Yeah. June 21st. Yeah. Well, wait. I'll mark that down. But I do think that is good to hear and very critically important, because when students go to university or community college or wherever they go to study, they go there to study, right? And to have something as fundamental as your housing situation be uncertain or beyond your means is incredibly stressful, and obviously in a worst case scenario leads to them having to leave and not complete their education, or they're not doing as well at school because they're stressed about where am I living and what am I doing. So I think it's a huge issue within the student population. Like I said, just talking to a student last night about this exact thing. So I'm also curious, you talked about the housing needs assessment and a survey that was done as well. I'm just curious, do you have the numbers available as to what the response rate was for that? Like, how many students did you hear from? Do you have that?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we just really did get the results. We're still compiling them, but my understanding is that we did get a significant response to that. And we'll look forward to sharing those numbers with you as well. But going back to something that you did mention earlier, for every student housing unit that we produce, it does relieve the market otherwise. And with the student housing strategy, we are looking at short, medium, and long-term plans. Once we release that strategy, there are items in there that will make an immediate impact on students finding housing. So.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the Minister for that. And changing tunes here a little bit, I just wanted to ask about something that came to us, and I'm sure the Minister and the Department would be familiar with this as well, because I'm sure you had the same meeting with Students Nova Scotia that we did over the last little while, talking about open educational resources, OER, kind of an open source textbook replacement strategy, perhaps in some ways. We all remember spending $175 for a 75-pound textbook that, killed your back and you've barely used, and then at the end of the year you sold it for $20 and you felt terrible about the whole process. Not to slag on textbook publishers, but I just wonder, from the little I know about it, it seems like an interesting pilot project that's done some good to save students money and kind of democratize education. So I'm just curious what the department's position on that is. My understanding is that the pilot project is expiring soon, if not already, and just if there's any possibility that may continue in a more permanent fashion.
I I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
So thank you for that question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So CAL, Canadian Associated of University Librarians, did run the pilot project, and it is due to, I think it's almost done. I, like you, had big books like that, paid $275 and used one chapter out of them. So very frustrating, and I understand the plight of students. I do get that once it's up and running, it's a very valuable tool. The items and stuff and the, whatever materials, questions, they're all peer reviewed. It's nice to be able to work for us. It's a little bit more complicated, I guess, than just saying, yes, we're going to throw money at it, but it's because it really does have to be coordinated with other provinces and other schools in order to make it work and make it viable. It's something that is absolutely top of mind for me, and look forward to, maybe hopefully later we'll have something. We're working on it.
I recognize the Honourable Member of Bedford South.
June 22nd, then, yeah. Yeah, thanks to the member for Hammond Plains Lucasville for having better research than I do on hand. But according to Students Nova Scotia, they're looking at maybe a little under $300,000 a year, which I understand that the department has to do due diligence on all this, and I do appreciate it. Would be, logistically not the easiest thing in the world to do, but I liked what you said earlier, Minister, about kind of innovation and changing things. Why do things for 4 years if you can do it in 3? Why do this instead of that? And one of the worst defenses for any position or policy is it's just the way we've always done it, right? So I appreciate that perspective, and I think this is a good example, a good practical example of a way to make student life more affordable and easier and more convenient that is not as vast or as all-encompassing as housing, for example. So I appreciate your comments on that. Also wanted to ask quickly about the announcement at St. Mary's. I guess this was earlier this month, perhaps? Yeah, earlier this month. The data analytics investment, I think that was $25 million or so. And I'm just curious about, it feels, based on some comments that were made at the time, that it came together very quickly, and I'm just curious if we could kind of explain the speed with which it happened and perhaps what it's going to look like, what the program will actually do and look like. Because we had comments here from a VP of academic research at SMU saying, quote, "This announcement came very suddenly, and so now we have to consult with our faculty who design and deliver these programs. So we will know that in a few months' time in terms of where we're going with that." So again, I'm not saying that it was a bad investment or that it didn't make sense, but I'm just curious why it seemed to come out of left field perhaps a little bit for St. Mary's. It's a big amount of money. You don't just turn that around in a day. So I'm just curious how that came together and kind of where that program is going to go and how you see it fitting into not just the advanced education space, but obviously also healthcare, which is what it's designed to do, I presume. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question. You know what? This initiative and the two others we announced the week, the $58.9 million for the new med school in Cape Breton, the Innovation Center at St. FX, and this data analytics program at St. Mary's. Those are three big projects to help cure what's going on in healthcare. So, and that's the reason that we have a Department of Advanced Education, is to do projects like this. So every post-secondary education or post-secondary institution was asked, what can you do to help us with healthcare? And the schools that came forward with a plan, we worked with them, we helped them tweak them. This was not something that came up at the last minute. This was something we worked with all of the schools for a significant amount of time to put it into place. What the person may have been referring to is that once we made a decision we were going forward with it, it was probably a shorter timeline than they probably would have liked or would have expected. But just I'll give you a little bit of background into what is happening at St. Mary's. So it's $25 million to advance priorities under the Action for Health Plan. It will help develop a diploma program in healthcare analytics that will help healthcare workers bring a new level of data-informed decision-making to Nova Scotia's healthcare system and address factors affecting the health and well-being of Nova Scotians. The second part of that is to provide a business administration program for healthcare administrators, office directors, and family doctors to support the province with becoming a magnet for health provider management and leadership training, and work with the Nova Scotia Community College to expand the University Transfer Program, formerly known as the 2+2 program, options to provide health students with expanded opportunities in health-related professions. This will provide students such as medical laboratory technologists and practical nurses with a 2-year diploma from NSCC with the opportunity to complete an additional 2 years of university to receive a 4-year Bachelor of Science degree in addition to their diploma. This will cultivate excellence on the front lines by expanding students' scope and knowledge and creating accessible pathways for them to enter advanced positions or education within the healthcare sector. So this is also an example where you can live anywhere in Nova Scotia with access to NSCC and maybe some of the online learning of NSCC to do a 2-year program and then go to St. Mary's and get a degree.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the minister for that. So just to clarify the beginning, the kind of the processing of this, I guess. So St. Mary's and other institutions were asked, you know, what are your ideas on healthcare? How can you help us on the healthcare front? They submitted, I presume, and they submitted some proposal laying out this vision that you just described, and then got notification, I would say quickly, that yes, we want to do this, and yes, the funding is there, which might have surprised them. Is that what you're saying, Minister?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question. So what I will say is that we were working on several projects simultaneously, as we always do. We have ongoing conversations, working with all our post-secondaries. At the same time, we had 2 other schools that were not surprised at all when it came up. But for St. Mary's, we've been working with them for a period of time, and the announcement came up. And maybe that was probably what surprised them, how quickly they had to put that together.
The honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So based on that, Minister, when can we expect that program at St. Mary's will be up and running? Will students be taking classes in this program in September, for example?
The Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Yeah. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question. So the beauty of this, it's funny. I was there. I did the announcement. There was so much excitement in the room, and to meet the students and one of the professors, and the professor just talked about the potential of the program, because St. Mary's is known for their data analytics program. So they already have a lot of the things in place, but there is equipment that needs to be purchased. There are additional faculty that needs to be hired, and even space to run the program. But we are absolutely aspiring to get this up and going for September. So.
The honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just quickly state for the record, with respect to the open education resources line of questioning from my honourable colleague, that the concept did in fact, and I know the minister would have received a letter of support for the OER program, so there seems to be collective buy-in from our university presidents, and I think that is certainly a complementary step in getting to a system that can work. So I do hope that in the future, perhaps we will see that opportunity come to fruition. With respect to the work that our friends from Johns Hopkins is completing, I do appreciate the importance in any organization to grow and diversify and I guess consider alternatives or efficiencies. But can the minister perhaps table where the requests came from, or what inspired the conversation about shortening the university experience I guess in this case as a means of reducing fees ultimately? But where did that come from? Like, why was in the conversations that I've had with student leaders and students, I don't hear that as a primary objective or an ask of government. So I'm curious to know where this initiative came from when there are so many other things that are receiving or that are being asked for specifically by students.
The Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for that question. We actually spoke about this last year when we met. And if it's about affordability, affordability is by accelerating a program will reduce the cost for a student significantly. And it's also the opportunity cost. So if you can take a 4-year program and make it a 3-year program, then I'll use the number if you're in residency and you're buying food, but it's over $14,000 a year. So if you could actually finish in 3 years, you save the monies that you would normally spend on housing and food, and you're in the workforce a year earlier. So there's potential for the student to be making money earlier, and it also solves our workforce problems by getting students graduated earlier and into the workforce. So those conversations and that idea came from speaking to students, talking to parents, talking to leadership. Some of the things that probably came in my own head when I really started thinking about it. Years ago, we had 3-year degrees. There are actually still some universities that are offering 3-year degrees right here in Nova Scotia. So a 3-year degree or an accelerated program, whichever way you look at it. That's why we had Johns Hopkins look at it to see what is going on out there. What's going on not just in Nova Scotia, but in Atlantic Canada, what's going on in the U.S., what's going on in New Zealand, what's going on in England, what's going on in countries that share a lot of similar demographics and stuff as us, as for accelerated programs. We already have accelerated programs. Our nursing program at Dal is an accelerated program. So, and if you can save students money, I think it's great. Getting them into the workforce, I think it's great. Is it for everyone? Probably not. But I think it can help a lot of students. But I think we grew up in the culture of doing your post-secondary education from September to April. And then students finding jobs for May, June, July, August, trying to fund their next piece of it. And I think if we can kind of change the culture and saying, hey, I'm going to do courses in May and June. Because I did my first degree, I did the traditional way, 6 years for a 4-year degree. But my other 3 degrees, I have 2 master's degrees. I did them mostly weekends and in summers and part-time. And it's the only way to get it done. If I waited to only do my other degrees from September to April, I would have never gotten them done. And they were important to me in order to advance my career and to get them done. So I think by looking at...
Order. That concludes the time for the official opposition. It's now the NDP's turn. The honourable member from Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Would you like a break, Minister?
Thank you.
Yeah.
I need breaks. I've had 3.
Maybe we'll have a quick 3-minute recess, 5-minute recess. We're now in recess.
Order. Thank you. It is now time for the NDP.
Recognize.
Yeah. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Thanks very much. So maybe I'll continue on with some questions about the SMU program. So just a minute, I have to get resettled after our short break. So you talked about a process of talking with universities and asking, how can you help in this challenging time? So was there a formal call for proposals developed that outlined what aspects of a program you'd be interested in funding?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question. So we have our group that we meet with is with CONSUP, and that's all of our university presidents and President NSCC that are on the board. And so when we talk about what are the priorities and stuff moving forward, that's where we talk to the presidents and say, this is what our government priorities are. These are things, what can you help us with? Because at the end of the day, it's our universities that know what the art of the possible for them are. They are independent board-run institutions that know what their abilities are and what their future and stuff that they want to look at. So it really came through CONSUP and our work with the universities. As far as a formal call for proposals, it didn't happen that way. It happened around the board table and meeting with universities. So.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you. And so I guess, the question is sort of how were proposals evaluated? Like a similar situation that you might think of is through CIHR. So CIHR, the Canadian Institutes of Health Research, set priorities, they share those with institutions, and then they have to have a defensible, transparent, accountable way to assess those proposals before they're approved. And so was there an assessment process or are there performance targets that you can share regarding this particular project, or more broadly the things that you wanted to fund?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question. So One of the things that the Premier has asked, and that we also asked our university presidents in concept, is that whatever the proposals are, they need to be big, they need to be bold, and they need to be brave, because we do have things in healthcare that we need to solve. As far as proposals coming from our institutions, it's really, the ideas come from them, saying that these are the issues in healthcare, what can you do to help? Once they had a proposal, it was sent to our staff, and our staff really looked at what the proposal was, what the scope of it is, and the cost of the proposal, and those approvals were recommended from there.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you. So thank you for the answer. And I mean, I honestly just can't let the statement go by that the sort of how these things were evaluated was whether they were big, bold, and brave. Like, that's not, I have sat on both sides of grant processes in government, in universities, and other, you know, through nonprofit organizations. And I don't know how you could measure big, bold, and brave. So I mean, that's a concerning description. And yeah, I guess I think that there are ways that we fund initiatives in post-secondary education in this country that are sort of more evidence-based, I guess, is what I would say. So is there a performance framework in place for the $25 million that you've given SMU?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the question. Well, when I speak about big, bold, and brave, when we talk about a new med school in Cape Breton University, that's big, that's bold, and that's brave, and it's thinking differently. It's thinking differently because for decades we had one medical school for Nova Scotia, and that's centered in Halifax. And we are concerned that we need to satisfy the need of doctors in rural Nova Scotia. We need to satisfy the need of getting more doctors out faster. We need more, we need better, and we do need faster. So a $58.9 million investment in doctors that's going to help all of Nova Scotians, I don't think is a bad decision. Investing $34 million in St. Mary's University for healthcare data analytics is doing things differently. It's really being bold. It's being different. So whether or not I use those three terms, but we want people to think differently. And healthcare analytics is definitely a different way. We've never done it before. We've done it in education, we've done it in the private sector, we've done it in the public. It's been done everywhere, but we've never done it with healthcare. So those are, when they come with proposals and our department evaluates it, they're evaluating it based on what is the impact. What's the impact this is going to have for the cost that it's going to take? Also, some of the ideas, even when the Premier and the Minister toured Nova Scotia, they heard this from healthcare practitioners, what some of these needs were. And with our funding letters that we do send out when these projects are approved, they do have regular reporting requirements and evaluations attached to them.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you. So I'm going to take that as a no, that there isn't a performance measurement framework in place that talks about what the expected results are of this project. So I mean, I guess, and I guess I don't quite agree that there's no data analytics being used in Nova Scotia. There certainly is. I think there's a whole unit in the Department of Health and Wellness. I mean, there are specialists in this. So I think that I am a proud supporter of the post-secondary education system. That I've worked in post-secondary education. I'm currently a PhD student. You want to talk about data? You want to talk about data? I'd love to talk about data. So my question is, what's the data behind this decision? What do you think we're going to get? What's the impact? What's the need and what's the impact? And I guess can I add? Mike's still. I'm gonna and what's happening in other jurisdictions? Because certainly, not only have I accessed health data experts through Nova Scotia Health, at the IWK, at Dalhousie, but also across the country. And we can't possibly think that we're so unique that all of our expertise needs to reside in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the follow-up questions. I'm not suggesting that Nova Scotia Health has never used data analytics. And there is a department, but that department, in order for it to runs by bringing people from other countries, bringing people in with that expertise. We have never had a program where we train people here, and the thing is we need to expand it as well. It's not just a one-time event. So data analytics is going to become a bigger focus for healthcare in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Okay, just a few more numbers questions. So what's the targeted number of students? And how do you know, and what do you expect the retention rate in Nova Scotia? So how many positions are there currently in Nova Scotia that allow you to speculate on how many students you need to finish this program? And the $25 million, so surely that's not going to be spent between like now and September to set up the program. So how long is the $25 million for? What are the expectations of partner organizations when they're given money that they hold across various fiscal years? What happens with the interest? Do they keep it? Does it revert to government? So yeah, some more numbers questions.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Advanced Education.
Madam Chair, thank you for the question. So the plan is it's in development, and we hope to have that whole plan put together by June, but the breakdown of the monies that are being spent, so $12.5 million is supposed to be is going towards the healthcare data analytics program. $7.5 million is the management and leadership programming, and $5 million is to expand the articulation agreement between or with NSCC.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
And over what time period and what happens to the interest?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the agreement that we're hoping to have in place will articulate all of those details, but once it's approved, the university will receive those funds, and they will constantly be monitored by our department to see where the funds are going, how they're being spent.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Well, hopefully by the time we come back again next year, you'll be able to share with us the performance framework, the goals of this project, and what's happening with the money. And because I think, these are big numbers, and, as I suggested earlier in the House today, I mean, a lot of this money is being pushed out and is going to sit with partners over multi-years. Now, on the partner side of things, I think that's great, because I actually have worked in both, government funding where it's fiscal year by fiscal year, and I think that can distort some planning and spending habits. At the same time, on the government side, it's very easy to lose track, and I am really curious. $25 million is a ton of money, so the interest is a huge question. And I know there's some confusion in the agreements that the government has with Efficiency One, and I'm just going to forget the organization's name, but other organizations, and some of them are required to pay back the interest and some aren't. So, I think this is a very real question for Nova Scotians. So I'll turn to the CBU Medical School, which, not only do I have a background post-secondary education, but, my in-laws were both highly involved in medical education. And my mother-in-law set up the Northern Ontario School of Medicine residency program. My father-in-law established the Dow Family Medical Clinic. So years, decades, really, of experience in medical education. But there's some questions that I have around this idea. So, we keep talking about 30 doctors a year, that there'll be like 130 doctors happening, 120 doctors at any one time. So are we only planning to train family doctors? Like, what happens when people choose specialties? And how are we going to there seems to be the inference that they'll all stay in Nova Scotia and they'll all practice rurally. So surely you've given some consideration to what the incentives would be to make that actually happen. Because, the medical residency process is a national process. And in fact, on March 22nd, we just had the Canadian Medical Residency Service results. And if you're on academic Twitter online or medical Twitter, you can see everybody saying, like, I matched with Peds at McGill, or I matched with, orthopedics at U of T. And there are 268 unfilled family medicine positions through that matching process. It's the most that there's ever had, but the inability to fill the family medical spots has been an ongoing challenge nationwide. So why is Cape Breton going to be different? How are we going to keep 30 people here and not have them want to go do specialties and all those sorts of things? How are we going to get 30 doctors every year?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the question. So we all know there is a shortage of doctors. There's a shortage of healthcare professionals right across the province. Rural Nova Scotia, in particular, it has a shortage that we need to fill. So we are asking students that go through this med school to sign a return of service agreement. And we do know that nationally there are some hiccups going on as to where people end up. But we are certainly going to advocate for the students that go through the program get placed in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
So can you tell us more about the return of service agreement? Because that's the first time I've heard of this as part of this deal. And, often a return of service offers something to get something. So what's the deal in the return of service agreement?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you for the question. So this is really a question for health and wellness, but they did provide us some documentation on that. So if there's really any follow-up questions from that please contact them. But so I'll just read this to you. So for physicians, we have 3 financial incentives, 2 educational incentives, the Practice Ready Assessment Program, Labor Market Priority, and 3 legacy financial incentives. So these programs and incentives require physicians to provide a return of service of between 2 and 5 years, depending on the program. There are no bonuses as part of the current return of service incentive programs. However, the Tuition Relief Program, which is one of the legacy financial incentives, a physician who establishes a practice outside of an area in which a regional hospital is located, their tuition relief reimbursement payment will be supplemented by $30,000. The recently announced new medical campus at Cape Breton University will also see students who choose to study there commit to practicing in rural Nova Scotia for 5 years.
I recognize the honorable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you. So, I mean, that's helpful, but what I didn't hear in that answer was, you were talking about current existing programs, so the current tuition release reimbursement. So what is, if you're going to ask people to sign a 5-year commitment, what specifically is being offered to students who go to medical school at CBU? Can you just walk me through the math?
I recognize the honorable minister for advanced education.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And that is a question for health and wellness. So sorry I don't have that information to share with you.
I recognize the honorable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thanks. So you've talked quite a bit about the MyTax investments, and certainly that's an initiative that I'm very familiar with. Actually, I was going to tell a long story about its funding origins, but I'm not going to. I'll let you say. No, it's okay. So it started as the same type of initiative that I managed at Dal as well. So the same funding body that no longer exists, but. So MyTax, I do know about it. What I'm wondering, you've shared some great anecdotes, but again, $1 million to $13 million is a lot of money. So what's the performance measurements that you're looking for? What's the impact? How are you measuring success? How many students, completion rates, retention in Nova Scotia? I'm also interested in the demographics of who's accessing MyTax, so gender, race. Are they from Nova Scotia? What do we know about these students?
I recognize the honorable minister for advanced education.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question. I'm going to read you some of the information. I don't have all the answers as far the detailed stuff that MyTax may have, but MyTax has been running nationwide and is a very well-respected organization, and they have their own performance metrics. And but as far as what we look for in Nova Scotia and our investment, it's really that work integrated learning experience, that hands-on experience that students are getting from working in businesses and doing the research that's really going to move this province forward. So, but let me read you some of the background. I understand that you know that you're familiar with a lot of this. So since 2018-19, the former Department of Labor and Advanced Education provided $1 million a year to fund 250 student internship units. The province announced in January of this year an additional investment of $13 million over 4 years, so to create up to 3,200 more paid internship opportunities. So it brings the total MyTax investment to $16.9 million to support 4,244 internship units. So this additional investment helps MyTax leverage $19.4 million in federal funding. So this is really big for Nova Scotia, and I know it's that you understand how big it really is. Each internship is currently funded in the following way. So $4,000 would come from the provincial investment, $6,000 from government, and $7,500 from industry. So an example, and I think I mentioned Scotian Gold earlier, but Scotian Gold partnered with researchers from Acadia with the support of MyTax Accelerate program. There are 4 different programs to develop AI technology to aid in the management of high-value apple crops. The method designed through this project consists of inexpensive digital photography paired with cloud-based machine learning and will enable farmers to better predict crop yield. Accurate and consistent estimates achieved with this technology could prove invaluable for rural economies. So the investments from the province leverages a lot of federal dollars, and the MyTax itself is have a lot of data on the success of the program and who's doing their programs, but they have a good reputation.
Can you ask for a minute? Can you ask for a minute?
Could I have 1 minute, please, Madam Chair?
This is the reporting requirements by program.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Advanced Education.
So there is a bit of, thank you, Deputy. Madam Chair, thank you. So there is a number of KPIs and stuff that we have listed in there. So, and I don't have the numbers, but this is the data that is collected. So number of internships or fellowships delivered by program, by discipline, internships that are delivered by whether you're an undergrad, grad, postdoc, college, or equivalent. Depending on who the host organization is, the interns by institution, whether or not you're an international student or not, what region of the province you're from. Some of the outcomes and stuff that they talk about is they do an annual survey result from the interns and the host organizations. They collect the type of skills, knowledge, and experience that has been learned, types of supports provided by the organizations to the interns, labor market tracking, and then the financial piece is always tracked as well, so where the money's going. So those are just some samples.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And since we don't have those details at my fingertips, if you'd like to meet at another time, we can share those details with you.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Great, thank you. That was going to be my question, is if those could be tabled or if I could have access to them. But that's very helpful to know, and it would be interesting to see how Nova Scotia's experience compares with other jurisdictions. I wanted to ask, switching gears a little bit, perhaps. So this year saw the inception of a really ambitious CCA training and education program. And I'm wondering if you have any information about the retention rate and what that's been from semester 1 to semester 2. Have there been any challenges identified in the program, and how are they being addressed?
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question. We're very proud of the CCA program and the uptake and the institutions that have stepped forward to deliver the program. With the increase in CCA wages was a really big factor in getting more CCAs entering the program and going into the workforce. So we're on track to train 2,000 CCAs, which includes covering their cost of tuition. More than 1,000 caring individuals have already signed up as of fall of 2022, and we're looking forward to fulfilling and probably surpassing what we initially thought. The program is new, but the initial feedback, the programs, depending on where you take it, but the private career colleges, their programs are around 35 weeks. And a lot of the graduates, the first graduation, I think, was last fall. In order to complete it, and then NSCC is offering programs as well. So as far as retention in the workforce, it's really early to know how retention is going because it's too early to collect the data because this particular program is so new. But we do know that some of our long-term care facilities through Seniors Long-Term Care have really been working with starting to collect data on the success of the program because it's really hard to measure it when we haven't been here long enough.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
But I guess I was wondering about earlier information that might point to how the program's going. So, for instance, if the 37-week programs have finished at the private career colleges, what was the completion rate? So from who started to who finished. And at NSCC, what was the retention rate from semester 1 to semester 2?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question. So total enrollment, so in the progressive education model, so that's the work and learn model. So total enrollment whose program began and completed in the period was 348. And total graduates of PECA, students whose programs began and completed in the period was 270. So we had a 78% graduation rate. The progressive education model was really unique, and that was really hearing from CCAs and hearing how best to graduate students from the program. One of the things about a lot of students is that they don't want to sit in classrooms for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks before they get the work experience. So the beautiful piece is the work integrated learning model, and which I advocate for at all levels of education. But to have 2 days a week right off the bat that they can work in a long-term care facility or wherever their job ended up, that they can try it out and make money at the same time. 78% is a really good graduation rate.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
And just before I move on, what was the goal for completion in that program?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question. Before I forget it, I guess the success of the progressive education model, we went from graduation rate from 62% to 78%. Which were from the traditional program. But as we know that we need CCAs, there was a call, our long-term care was suffering because we didn't have enough CCAs. We didn't have a solid number as how many, but we just knew that we needed to move, we needed to move quickly, and we needed to get workers into the workforce. So.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you. So I wanted to turn to some of the things that you talked about in the earlier Liberal hour, and around costs of programs. So I have a number of sort of questions related to this. I think I'm going to start with this one. So you referred a number of times like the cost savings if someone stays home with their parents and they don't have to pay rent and the parents feed them. And I think that's a whole lot of assumptions about who are students. And not only that, but who do we want to be students? So when I look at things like, like I talked about in the budget address, so when I look at our numbers around our labor market, the fact that it's not an employee's market, but it's not an employer's market either. We're not filling jobs. We have this huge need, labor shortage across so many sectors and industries. That this government's budget documents identified, I think it was the 30 to 55-year-old range, as one of the areas that has fallen and is not budging, so that we're not actually getting any greater participation. So I think that's on the age front, right? And then I think about families who actually, frankly, can't afford to have another young person stay at home for much longer. Costs are rising. I think of former youth in care. So I think this idea of staying home with parents, like obviously when I started both my master's and also my PhD, I wasn't going to move home with my mom. So I'm wondering, what do we know about the composition of the student body in post-secondary in Nova Scotia? So what are the ages, race? I know we know this by institution because I can't quite remember what DAL was, but the percentage of students who are actually from Nova Scotia, and who are parents, all those sorts of questions. Like, what do we know about the student body in Nova Scotia? Because I think if we're going to talk about tuition costs, we need to know who we're talking about, right? Like, you can't live at home if I can't move home. Like my in-laws don't want me and my kids all moving in. But I think you would agree that ongoing education is an important action. So what do we know about them? Because that's how we plan interventions like student housing or cost of tuition.
I recognize the Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the question. There's no doubt that the demographic of students is changing. We have students going back later in life. I'm a firm believer in lifelong learning. When I think of the traditional student, when I was speaking earlier, I was really thinking of the students that are in their first undergrad degree. A lot of them are coming right out of high school to post-secondary. So I'm not just talking about university either. I'm also talking about NSCC. But if we want to make it accessible, and we truly want to make sure that we promote the fact that students can get a post-secondary education while living in their own community, it is possible. Sometimes it might not be the best choice. Some parents don't want their kids at home, and some kids don't want to be at home. So I look at both of those. It's not for everyone, but it's part of the solution. It's not the entire solution. Even when I talked about accelerated programs, that's not for everyone, but that's part of the solution. That's for some people. So when I talked about the ability to stay in your home community, go to NSCC for 2 years, and then go to a university, I'm really talking about for some people. I have friends of ours that they made sure that their students, and the students did not want to stay at home, that they're in Ontario, so they can as far away as they can. My son is going to NSCC, living at home, getting home cooked meals and where he can do his own laundry, and he also works part-time. So I don't think we can ever put everybody in the same box, and I understand that fully. And I would never proclaim to say that it's a one-size-fits-all, because it's not. As an adult, I went back to school to do a second degree. I went back as a single dad. I went back thinking that I could fund 2 years of education where I found out I could really fund one. I know what it's like to struggle. I know what it's like to be on welfare. I know what it's like to know that you can't go to Tim Hortons to get a coffee. I know the demographic changes. When we talk about student housing, we do have to change it. But if you're an adult and you're in a job, you're making a choice, and hopefully you're making good financial decisions moving forward, but it doesn't always work out the way. That's why we do have student assistance. That's why we have other things in place. We do have some demographic data that I'm hoping that I'll be able to share with you with the type of students, but we do know that we have a lot of international students that they already have their first degree. They're coming to do their second degree or a second certificate. They're doing a 1-year program or a 2-year program. A lot of the students are coming for a short time, and then they're opening businesses, they're getting jobs and stuff here. It's a pathway to PR for some of them, as a matter of fact, and eventually they're going to become citizens, and they're going to contribute to our society and our communities. So talking about the affordability of education for anyone, I go back to that whole umbrella piece. It's not just about housing. It's just not about tuition. It's about a whole bunch of different factors. It's about transportation. It's about all of those things that we really have to wrap our heads around to see how do they work together. Phoenix Youth Programs put together a wonderful program at the beginning of this school year. And in August, they announced that I think they had room in their facility. I think it was for 5. It might have been 2. Please don't quote me on it. But it's a wraparound service. So they would take a student in and make sure that they had access to food, and they had and they knew how the transit system worked, and they knew where to get services when they need them. And those wraparound services are really important. So I think anytime we talk about costs or student housing or tuition, we truly have to look at the bigger picture, because it can never just be one item.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
So my question was actually about the demographics and who are students in Nova Scotia. Do you have some of that information in terms of percentage of Nova Scotia students, age, information like that? And I intended that to be university and NSCC.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
And thank you for the clarification. I think once I got talking, I forgot what you were asking. But Maritime Provinces Higher Education Commission, there is so much data on their website. I don't have that at my fingertips, but that is certainly something that if you have a question based on that specific data points, that we could certainly look that up for you and get back to you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you. So you've talked a lot about in the session the idea of accelerating programs, and I have to say I feel like I hadn't heard that as part of the discussion previously, but perhaps I missed it. Got a lot of critic areas. So, so is that an official policy of this government?
I recognize the honourable minister for Advanced Education.
So this is an idea. This is something that we heard from talking to students and talking to parents and talking about different ways that we could reduce the cost of a post-secondary education. Talking about how to get students into the workforce earlier. The whole idea of Johns Hopkins University doing that particular study, I think I forgot to fully answer how it all came about, but it's a nice story, and I will work my way back around. But Premier Houston, on a visit to Washington, D.C., part of his networking event, met with some people from Johns Hopkins University. And one of the professors that was teaching a senior policy course for their master's program, during a conversation said, maybe we can do something together. So that turned into a call from really the university, that professor, to our government and said, is there anything we can do? And Advanced Education stepped up and said, you know what, there are some things that maybe you can help us do, maybe a little bit faster. So the accelerated programs were certainly one of them. When I had the conversation with my wife, she said, well, this is not new to me. She said, I finished my degree in 3 years. So she did her program at Memorial University, but did summer courses, and she finished in 3 years. So a student can choose to accelerate their program already. So she got out and she started working right away because she really couldn't afford to be in university for that 4th year. We have accelerated programs in nursing at Dalhousie. So we thought, what should they look like? I'm not just saying that we don't need, right now a traditional 4-year program has 20 credits. I'm not saying do 15 credits. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying let's look at it and see where the art of the possible is. Maybe some programs, maybe 18 credits will solve it. Maybe you need 22. But at the same time, I think if we use our infrastructure that is already there, that being our infrastructure at every university, every NSCC, and we utilize them on a fuller yearly basis, I think that we can benefit a lot of students, and I think we can benefit a lot of the workforce issues that we're going through right now.
This is some of the demographic stuff she was asking about.
If I can get to some of the demographics that you're asking for. It's amazing. These electronic devices are... In 21-22, 30,148 full-time students were under the age of 25. 9,259 full-time students in the same year were 25 years or older. And in the same year, 26,766 females enrolled and 18,348 males. And that data is available on the MPEC website, which is very user-friendly.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
And I just wanted to go back to some of the conversation around international students. I have 5 post-secondary institutions in my riding, and I have a lot of international students. So when I go door to door, there are whole buildings, basically, with people on international stature of some kind, but mostly international students. And they are the best people to talk to at the door. They're really, very engaged, very interested in being part of this community, very disappointed they can't vote. But, I think one consistent issue is the question of access to MSI. And given the importance of international students to our communities, I'm wondering if the government will consider extending MSI to international students as soon as they arrive.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question. There's no doubt that international students are important to the growth of our economy, to our culture, to satisfy some of our workforce challenges. And international students want to come to Nova Scotia and they want to stay in Nova Scotia. And I understand in order to do that, number one, they expect a quality education. Number two, they expect that they're going to enjoy their life in so many different ways. Culturally, they become part of our culture. We get to share their culture, and they need to be welcome. So MSI is for every international student that comes into Nova Scotia University has to have coverage, some kind of insurance coverage, and we understand that, and students also understand that when they come here, they have to have some kind of coverage. So we were able to work with Department of Health and Wellness this year to get it changed, that to change the policy, because at one time, if they left the province for 30 days, they would have to start all over again. So we look at that as giving international students the opportunity to go back home and visit their families, or to visit other parts of North America and still come back and still have access to their MSI within their 13th month and not lose it.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
But certainly they still have to wait 12 months to have access to that. And, you know, as when I started my PhD, I could go to the student health office because I could opt out because I already had a health plan. You get the idea. And I will tell you that the level of stress of international students around the health office at the beginning of September and the beginning of January is high, because they also know that they need to make sure that that coverage is in place, and they're nervous about being in Canada without knowing how their medical insurance works. So I think it is still really, it's an additional cost. It's a cause of stress, and it's a priority of every single student union, I think, in this province. It's a priority of Students Nova Scotia, CFS. You know, we really think that 12-month waiting period is too long, and creates an additional burden that would be easy to remove.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a point of clarification. So the stress for students is, from what I understood, is in that 13th month that they don't know whether or not they're covered or not?
No.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
So what I've observed at Dalhousie, at least, is when the school year officially starts, whatever that date is, so September 5th, September 6th, students need to be able to prove that they have the private extra coverage that's obligatory for Dal students, unless you can prove that you can opt out. So in my case, in sort of permanent residents or Canadian citizens cases, it's if you have a health plan, like my partner works for government, so I could opt out, and that reduced my costs. And so for international students, they have to pay for that insurance plan until they can qualify for MSI. And so it's both getting it, understanding it, accessing it, and paying for it that's the stress. And I think the 13th month, I think, was really not the major priority, certainly not what I hear from student organizations as the major concern.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the clarification. It is important when students come to Nova Scotia that they do know that they do have coverage, but before they even come to Nova Scotia, they do understand that they have to purchase private insurance very often through the university before they do so. But there's also a number of students that come here and they already have their own family coverage regardless of where they're from. But speaking to the student groups, they were very pleased to see that we had advocated on their behalf with the Department of Health and Wellness to get that changed where they can certainly leave their province. But we will continue to work with the Department of Health and Wellness to try to make things better for international students.
I recognize the honourable member of Halifax Citadel Sable Island with a reminder that she has 7 minutes left.
Thank you. Just trying to figure out where to go now. So you talked about 1.3 million in this year's budget for a debt management tool, and I'm wondering if you can tell us a little bit about that. Who's the provider? So I assume it's a third-party provider. And how do students do? Is it a mandatory tool that you have to use if you're receiving student assistance? How does it work?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my apologies, looking for clarification. I'm not sure what, could you repeat your question? I'm just getting clarification because the 1.3 million that we have doesn't line up with what the initiative you're talking.
Okay, I might have gotten it wrong.
Yeah.
When you were answering
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
as part of an earlier discussion, I think you were running through some of the like what makes up the 13.3 million, and you talked about a debt management tool. So maybe I got the number wrong, but what is this debt management tool? You talked about 1,000 students having accessed it.
So
Repayment assistance.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
So and if this isn't what you were asking, I'll certainly delve a little deeper. But we do have the repayment assistance program. So that is $1.3 million. And it's a debt management tool designed to assist student borrowers transitioning from post-secondary education to the labor market. So student borrowers who have difficulty repaying their student loans are able to make affordable payments based on their income and family size. And the number of students accessing the repayment assistance program has been increasing prior to COVID. So what it does, it really looks at what your repayment based on what your family composition is and what your ability and stuff is. So that was really a budget line that just to really help take some burden off of students once they graduate.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
That's helpful. So just to clarify, I think I heard debt management tool and I was like, oh, it's an app. So the 1.3 million is in fact, is that administering the negotiations around what payments are made, or is that actually relief to students?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that is a relief for students. So.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Last year at this committee, I asked about, recognizing that your mandate letter contained actions around sexual and gender-based violence. But I also wondered about activity in the department and policy work around the consumption of alcohol and substance use on campuses. And so I'm wondering if there is any work being done in the department on those issues.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Madam Chair, I surprised myself at my own memory. It's like, as were others. Thank you for the question. It is an important question, but the sexual violence prevention program. So that was part. We're actually in the last year of the agreement for that, and looking forward to renegotiating, see what we can come up with. But that was part of Concept and part of the innovation team. But there was a $470,000 a year initiative for that. Each school got a portion of that to have a committee in order to make sure that sexual violence prevention was a priority at every school. Also this year we expanded that to the private career colleges. So as far as the e-mental health tools for addictions and alcohol, we give $600,000 a year to our Healthy Minds, which is a suite of mental health tools that students can access, including one-on-one with mental health practitioners, phone calls when they need it, even a texting app that they can use.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island with 30 seconds left.
How many students access Healthy Minds each year?
Order. I note that the NDP's time has expired. It is now time for the Liberals. I recognize the Honourable Member for Hammonds Plain, Lucasville.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I invite the Minister to finish his response, start and finish his response for the member from the NDP.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's so nice.
We'll get the number.
Yeah.
Accessing Healthy Minds.
Yeah, so we will provide you with that number once we find out. So, thank you.
Do you want to?
I also have an update, since my mic is still there. We have an update on the number of students surveyed in the housing needs assessment, and 1,823 respondents. So.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Hammonds Plain, Lucasville.
Through the chair, thanks for those responses, Minister. And I'm going to dive into a few questions related to the initiatives around expanding the medical schools. I'm wondering if the Minister can provide any information with respect to perhaps there's a roadmap that would detail some milestones so that we as members and the public can track the progress leading to 2025.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Would it be possible to be a little more specific as to maybe some specific items that you're looking for?
I recognize the Honourable Member for Hammonds Plain, Lucasville.
At the risk of being wise, I've never set up a medical school before, but I don't know. Like, is there anything tangible that could be shared, just in terms of the strategy on how we plan to get there? Maybe including, like, what maybe I'll dive into my next question, and that will help. I guess fill some of these suggestions. So one of the biggest issues will be finding faculty to support the learning at the school. So how will we go about recruiting those educators, docs to provide that academic support, that training, that scientific research support, whatever goes into getting your medical, your doctorate. So perhaps that'll be first and foremost, through the chair.
I recognize the Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question. Yeah, at the risk of sounding smart as well, it's like I've never set up a medical school before either, but we do have professionals that do, and thank goodness for that. We have really good people working at CBU. We have really good people working at Dal. Dal's been through this before. They already have a school set up in St. John, New Brunswick, so they have a lot of expertise. They're working with the Department of Health or Health and Wellness, and so there is a lot that's going to go into it. It's still in the planning stage. But we are very optimistic, but really looking forward to the project starting to roll out doctors.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Okay, so stay tuned for information about the logistics of getting it set up. That's fine. So we've identified 2025 as the start date, correct? And I'm wondering when the minister anticipates that applications and approvals for admittance will be initiated.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
So normally, they were to start to be.
Oh. Thank you for the question. Thank you, Madam Chair. Normal procedure is that applications would start 1 year before the start date of the program. So the start date of the program is we're looking at September of 2025, so they'd be looking at starting to accept applications in the fall of 2024.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Minister. Thank you for that response. With respect to the progression through that program, have you had discussions with your counterparts with respect to the availability of residency seats, and is there an intention to expand the capabilities of our residency program throughout the province?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the question. So, so we have lots of experts in the field, and Cape Breton has taken on Dr. Oral in order to really start this process, and this process actually started last fall. So they are looking to find doctors throughout Nova Scotia who are willing to take on a resident. So it has been happening, and it'll still be ongoing, and there's lots of people that are working on it.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, thank you for those responses. That wraps up that particular line of questioning for me. I'm going to switch back to a conversation about I guess the consideration that students attending their undergrad, perhaps that's the focus I'll take as well, or students in general, perhaps, that they will live at home with their parents, or that parental income is weighted and factored into their capability to afford school. So I'm wondering if, through the chair, if the minister maintains the policy to consider parental income as part of the student assistance considerations.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just wanted to clarify, I think what was asked was, is there a consideration of parental income now for student assistance? Okay, so was that the question? Okay. I'm assuming, Madam Chair, that the question was, is there a consideration not to include parental income?
I recognize the Honourable Member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to clarify. It's not an infrequent comment that I receive, particularly from parents who, may or may not have a ton of money. And I'll use me as an example. My parents, well, don't get me wrong, I was very lucky, but my mom and dad had 4 kids, so that going into school, and for them to be considered, for there to be a requirement for their income to be factored into my ability to receive student assistance, it creates a challenge in that circumstance when there's multiple children in the house that are all kind of moving in that direction. And I continue to hear it through this position that I get calls from constituents, parents saying, why, like, what if I didn't have the capability to afford to pay for, or I don't have, a strong ability, and given inflationary pressures that every household is experiencing, and I mean, I guess the concept of independence as another factor, why is it that we continue to enable this, in my view, restrictive policy with respect to student assistance?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for bringing it. That's a really important question. It's always top of mind for me, because I do know there are families that struggle. There are students that struggle. They want a post-secondary education. And our student assistance folks, a few that are behind me, they are so good to work with. And I think that a lot of families that struggle and have a lot of unmet need are the ones that really stress about, my goodness, and it's almost not fair. It's like, I can't afford, my kid wants to go to university or NSCC, and we can't go, and it's not fair, and it's probably not fair. But we do have one of the most generous student assistance packages right across the country, and a lot of parents can contribute something toward their son or daughter's education, therefore decreasing the amount of unmet need. But there are those students that parents' income based on having, 4 children in the family, or maybe only one income coming into the house, or, extraordinary circumstances happen, that the attitude of student assistants when they're dealing with students with a large gap in unmet need, it's like, how do we get to yes? So the student assistant's office will work with individuals to explore every possible option in order to get to yes, to give them the student assistance that they need in order to get a post-secondary education.
Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, and shout out to the folks at the Student Assistance Office. I know how hard you work and how important your work is. So thank you for that, and thank you for being diligent in finding the best way to suit the needs of students. We've talked. Last year, we brought it up. Through the chair, the minister has discussed some of those ongoing conversations and some results with respect to the overarching governance review with respect to university charters, and some of the findings that came away from that work. I'm wondering if the minister can elaborate on what they found out, if there are clear recommendations that have come from that work, and I guess if there is something he can share tangibly for us as members, perhaps he could table it for the House.
I recognize the honourable minister for advanced education.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that question. I believe I did address that a little bit earlier, but the first 9 months was really to do a scan. Excuse me. A scan or an inventory of what was in the MOUs. And so that has been completed. So we're in the process now. It is taking all of that information and really trying to use that information to make a map of where we need to go next. And that is truly where we're at. But our priorities are really looking at what's in the best interests of students. We're looking at curriculum. We're looking at the system of post-secondary and research. And research has been a focus for us as well. So as you may know, we are also responsible for Research Nova Scotia, which has a $25 million budget to really help with the research needs of Nova Scotia.
I'd like to recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can the minister confirm that amalgamation is not on the table with respect to that review? amalgamation of our institutions here in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
So I truly look, when I was given this portfolio, I was so happy because I truly look at our post-secondary sector as a way to move this province forward. There's no doubt about that we need our university sector to make sure that we deliver quality education, that it is accessible, that students who want it can get it. And every school that we have right across this province is unique and offers something a little bit different that is going to attract somebody different or offer something different. The difference between St. FX and Acadia is when I was in university was often defined by our sports teams. The difference between Dalhousie University and which I also attended, and all the other schools, it's because of the amazing research and the size of the research and the medical research. But we have a lot of research going on at every institution right across this province. There's amazing stuff going on at University of St. Anne. There's a lot of great stuff that's going on at Acadia St. FX, and believe it or not, NSCC has some of the leading researchers in Nova Scotia. We need every post-secondary facility, university, right across the province to make sure that they keep their reputation as being a leading institution. And if everybody's doing everything at the same time in the same way, it's not going to work. So amalgamation is not something that ever crosses my lips unless it's to say no.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you. Through the chair, I was on the edge of my seat there for a little bit.
Buried the lead.
There it was. The no, for the record. I'll repeat it. The minister said no. What else? Move to, and I believe this information's coming from PAC and through PAC from the Construction Association with respect to the NSCC and pathways to build up our labor force. Construction, or the industry requires 14,000 new entrants to the sector by 2025 in order to maintain capacity. So given the current capacity at NSCC, when will we be able to get there?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question. This is so important, and we realize, and everybody realizes, we need people working in the trade sector. We do work closely with Construction Association of Nova Scotia. We work closely with Labour Skills and Immigration. We're working closely with apprenticeship, and we're trying to make sure, as part of that transition piece that I was talking about earlier, one of the things in order to get people through is to make sure that we get the right bums in the right seats. And we know there are a lot of students out there that are dreaming about a great career in the trades. So last year, we had a total of 2,009 students enrolled in designated trades. And it continues to expand, and it's still growing. And we do realize that we need more. But when I talked about good transitions, we can get more by doing the same, even if we can retain more students in the programs. So that's why we are working with NSCC. We're talking to our counterparts in Department of Education and trying to make sure we can have higher retention rates based on better transitions. So we're looking at at everything that we possibly can in order to make sure that we get the tradespeople that we need for tomorrow. And always looking at programs and working with NSCC. One of their strengths is how nimble they are. And if we need a certain trade, more of one and less of the other, they're able to adjust to that. They're always working with the sector in order to ensure that they're offering the programs that they're needed going into the future. So NSCC is a great asset to the province, and we will ensure that that we do everything that we possibly can in order to get tradespeople out there.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Just going to ask one more question, then pass it to my colleagues here. We know absolutely that the NSCC does a great job of focusing on recruitment of Nova Scotians. I'm wondering if the minister can share, or anything about international recruitment, or a plan to, like, would the minister give some direction or encouragement for NSCC to build up their capacity to recruit internationally? How does that work?
I recognize the Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question. So Nova Scotia Community College is first and foremost Nova Scotia Community College, and even though there are some international students in the programs, it's not focused on international students. We have waiting lists for a lot of our programs. So more importantly, in my mind, is making sure that we get the right bums in the seats. Therefore, if we can improve our retention rates, because if you get somebody that drops out in December because it wasn't for them, that means there's somebody else that didn't get into the program. So we'll continue to work with NSCC and all of our other partners in order to make that happen.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the opportunity to just come in for a few minutes. I want to talk specifically about home, and as the MLA in Sydney, hey, we're all excited with what's happening at CBU. I'm a graduate of the school myself. It's exciting, but to be honest, we deal with a lot of international students that come into our office that have nowhere to live. They're coming to the community. We've had students sleeping in cars. We've had situations where, they're coming to town and CBU is doing their best, but really, and it would be no different regardless of who's in government at this point, whether it's any party, but there legitimately needs to be a plan to address how many students are now in the communities. So I know CBU is looking at a housing development in the Ashby area. They bought a piece of land, which I think could be very exciting, and I think could actually do a lot to help the situation, but we just can't let this continue as it is. We want the students to have the best experience possible when they come to the community, but we desperately need places for them to live. So my question to you, and listen, I appreciate the conversations that we've had in the past, you and I, about anything in Cape Breton, but this is a big one. We're getting it in our office big time. There are students with nowhere to live. So can we get some sort of commitment in this budget that student housing, housing in general is an issue, we're in growth, but student housing in particular, we need to figure out a way to do something to support these students. And whether it's that project in Ashby, whether it's some of the other residential developments, as someone, I'm asking more as a Cape Bretoner, is more of a non-political thing. I'm asking on behalf of those students that need a place to live. And can we get a commitment from you and your department this year that we're going to see more student housing options in the CBRM?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
After all this time, thank you for still recognizing me.
Of course,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question. You know what? It's a really important question. We realize what's going on in the Sydney area with regard to our international students and not having a place to live. And a couple of things happened to make it probably worse than it would be in other years, because the COVID years delayed students that were already accepted to CBU. Therefore, those students came this year as well as new students. On the other side of that, there were Cape Bretoners that used to offer rooms in their homes and used to offer maybe an apartment in their home that probably during COVID didn't do that and haven't picked that up yet. We do know that CBU has a building. I believe there's 200 units that they're renovating and going to change those into university housing. And that's important. That will help. We did make a $5,000 investment or $5 million investment into Tartan Downs to see kind of what's possible to make sure that we had student housing there. And that project will have, I think it's 430 units in it, and some of that will certainly be student housing. So there is a focus on Cape Breton because at Cape Breton University themselves are growing by leaps and bounds. They have good people there. They're finding solutions by working with community, by working with government, and reaching out. So there are some things that are happening.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
And I appreciate your answer, and really that's why I want to come in kind of at the last here, just to really kind of get that on the record. Everybody's excited about what's happening at the university. Nobody wants to deny that. I attended CBU a little while back now, but at the time there was only 189 international students. So to put it in perspective, you go from 89 to thousands. The community just wasn't equipped to house that many people at once, regardless, even I would argue, even with the double cohort with COVID. So I'm really, it's more of a plea than a question. That Ashby project is important. The government put $5 million into it. That would be a huge help to the community if government looked further into investing that, whether it's a partnership with the municipality or the federal government. Again, it's hey, we're in estimates to hold the government to account, but I think this is all one we would totally support. So I wanted to get that on the record that if the department can, through other departments, it's an exciting time in the CBRM. It's the first time we've seen growth in 3 decades. Community college move, the university, what they're doing, the hospital redevelopments, all of this has drawn hundreds of people back to the communities, and CBU's also welcomed thousands. So they're tough problems, but I've also seen the decline. So really, this was my plea. I want to come in for a few minutes, and again, I appreciate the conversations we've always had, but this is a big one, the CBRM. We have to figure out this housing issue. And to help those students would be a huge help. So I'll leave it there.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
And thank you for that. Thank you for the feedback as well. Thank you, Madam Chair, for acknowledging me. My first visit to CBU and to sit up with President Dingwall and his senior staff, and just listening to their optimism and listening to their vision, it was a very different feel than probably anywhere else I had visited at that time. But knowing that they had the passion and sitting around that table that they could get things done. And I had no idea at that time, 18 months ago, that that they could put so much together in such a short time. So kudos to the team at CBU. The one thing that we have coming out in the spring, and I know we're officially into spring now, is our student housing strategy, and we really have focused on short-term, mid-term, and long-term solutions. And those short-term solutions will have an impact all over the province and in Cape Breton. Some of the midterm stuff will as well, but the long-term stuff are the actual builds. I mean, if we could build something in 3 months, we would build something in 3 months, but we just can't, and we all know all the great reasons why, or not so great reasons why. But in a sense, when we think about, boy, oh boy, we have a labor shortage, and we have all kinds of things that are going on. We really need these international students to stay here in Nova Scotia, and we have jobs, and there's a lot of good jobs and stuff that we want them to stay here for. But I've been to Cape Breton probably more times than I've probably been anywhere else, and visiting the NSCC campuses and CBU, and it's the people. It's actually the people that really make a difference. And the 4 students that were here, I introduced them yesterday in the House, but there were actually 19 that came from Johns Hopkins University. 4 went to Cape Breton. They drove up. And they said, geez, your highways are pretty good here in Nova Scotia. I thought, geez, I'm not sure what you're dealing with when you're down there. But it's one of the things they mentioned. But they did. They came up here, and they spent some time in Halifax, and they went to Cape Breton to talk to folks at the university and to interview them and get some data. But they had the same comments. But to listen in the news for decades about what was going on and the population decline in Cape, and in Nova Scotia in general, but especially in Cape Breton. And everybody was moving out west and moving off of Cape Breton. But Cape Bretoners have this, there's something about being a Cape Bretoner that gives you a sense of pride, that everybody's wearing CBU stuff when you're around. And when you're out in the community and you're from Cape Breton, there's an automatic bond. It's all of a sudden, it's like, we're like brothers and we're like sisters, and I'll defend you forever because you're from Cape Breton. So I believe that Cape Breton, with what's going on at CBU and Marconi campus, it's attracting people back. And I really think that area is truly set in order to become an economic driver again in Nova Scotia. And to be Minister of Advanced Education and to be part of that, and for you being in community and be part of that in your role in the past, I just think it's a great time. It's a great time to be in Nova Scotia, and I'm sure when I go to Cape Breton, it's like, geez, sometimes I wish I were born in Cape Breton, but I wasn't. I can't even play the fiddle. I can't even play guitar. But anyway, thank you for your comments. That student housing strategy will have impact for you up there, and you will see it. So,
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say that we will be ceding the remainder of our time to the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island, and the NDP caucus. Thank you.
Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
It's just like an end-of-day test. Like, can you remember all the constituencies as we go down the line? So we're also very excited about the work being done for student housing in Cape Breton. We're excited about the student housing strategy, and certainly I know from my work with student associations that they are also very keen to see this. Will the strategy include a definition of affordable, and how will that be measured?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Madam Chair, thank you for the question. There's no doubt that part of our student housing strategy is certainly going to increase housing stock in general, and with the recognition that for every student housing unit that we build through our project is going to relieve the market and open it up for somebody else. As far as the affordable housing piece, that a lot of the definition of that, it is variable, depends on whose definition of it is, but it also does fall on the shoulders of municipal affairs and housing, and they work very closely with CMHC for the number of units and what they define as affordable housing. But the expectation is that when, for example, our NSCC builds, NSCC will be overseeing their student housing projects, and as far as how much that will be paid for each student.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
I think one of our concerns is that we keep seeing the word affordable attached to housing that actually doesn't match the CMHC definition. So it talks about, below market rate or fair market rate, I think was what was used to describe the NSCC acrely. Whereas affordability under CMHC, I believe is 30% of income. So, I do hope that the government will use the CMHC definition of affordability, but I'm not sure that that's been the case thus far. I'm just going to hop in with what might end up being the last question. So in my previous round of questions, I asked about issues around substance use and alcohol consumption on campus. And I appreciate the information about healthy minds, but I was not thinking so much on an individual level, but more of a systemic issue. So, in 2013, Dr. Strang led a major process about the problematic consumption of alcohol on Nova Scotia campuses. There's a great report. I think I sent it to you. It's well worth reviewing. And there was some work that started around thinking about the culture on our university campuses in particular. And then I think the Liberal government came in, and I think, we had COVID, and so that work got really dropped. And I know it's something that Dr. Strang is interested in really revitalizing in terms of thinking about the problematic consumption of alcohol. And then, since then, of course, obviously, we've had the legalization of cannabis in Canada. And I guess what we're seeing in my riding, although it's not just a Halifax Citadel Sable Island problem, but, we've had this phenomena of Dalhousie homecoming over the last number of years. It's not just the Dal problem. It's a multifaceted stakeholder problem. It's not just Dal students. I know that. It just happens to be branded in that way. But certainly, in Wolfville as well, concerns about sort of community behavior of student bodies associated with universities. So recognizing that it's not always all the university students. So these are complex issues. They're complicated issues. No one stakeholder holds the solution. There is no one solution. I'm a firm believer that there are a few things that can be done. And I think that we need to really look at sort of the full question, and that ranges from community building initiatives in community between students and their neighbors, so that you're less likely to go and urinate on their front porch because you know them. But I also think, the reports of alcohol consumption and illegal drug consumption at these events is pretty astounding. So just, I also think there's policy issues to consider, and I'm wondering how the department is engaged in those conversations with universities around sort of their community presence and impact, specifically related to large, unregulated, unsanctioned street parties.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question, and thank you for, giving your point of view, your perspective around what the problem is, because it is a multifaceted problem. It's not just university students. It's not just one campus. It's so everybody really does have to pitch in order to find a solution. We have been working with all of our post-secondaries on this, but with specific reference to DAL. We do need to work together in order to help the residents out. It is really tough, and we actually did work with DAL on trying to get better policies and better things in place for the St. Patrick's Day party, and I believe that did go over much better than some of the previous parties and stuff. But my experience as a principal and an administrator in the high school system, in my work for 28 years, and having a 19-year-old at home, and growing up as a teenager, for God's sakes, it's like it's tough. Like it's tough to be able, like you always hope when your kids are growing up that if they're going to drink, that they're going to drink responsibly, and whatever that definition of responsible is. And there's so much more out there these days as far as drugs and the availability than there was when I was a kid. And so how do you keep kids safe? And there's an awful lot of stuff that we did in schools and high schools really around the harm reduction piece. Because if you're never going to stop kids from drinking, or trying drugs, and it's like, how do we keep them safe? And those conversations, we have to have real conversations and build relationships with these kids, and that can't stop when they finish high school, because teachers and parents, you have this great relationship with these students, and all of a sudden they go off to university or community college, they move into the city, and they announce this big party. Well, you know what? All of a sudden those relationships aren't there in place. And somehow we have to transition probably a little bit better there. But it's not all students. It's some students. And it might be some students from every school. It might be some high school students. Might be some just some youth or some young people. Maybe not even all young people. But it's a mishmash of different people from different places, different ages that are doing the street parties. And the universities do have to take some responsibility. I know when I was in university, we used to have celebrations and stuff that were on campus. Not saying that there weren't parties out in the streets. But I think with the advent of social media, the ability to call a party on a moment's notice anywhere, it's really changed things. So I really do think that that schools need to look at their code of conduct and make sure that they enforce the code of conduct, have constant communications with community, with law enforcement, with students, with parents, and to make sure that we can all be in respectful communities. When I don't think all students should be pegged, and unfortunately I think they do. They say, you're a student at this school or that school, I can't believe what you guys did. And it's like, hey, wasn't into it, wasn't even there, wasn't even in Halifax that day. But I think it's unfortunate that we have young people that are being pegged as being somebody that went to the party and caused damage. Even the students that are participating in these parties probably aren't bad kids. And that's the thing. And there is, students do want to let loose every now and then, and they do want to have fun with their friends. But at the same time, we truly have to build a relationship with students and to say, you know what, it's okay to have fun, but it's not okay to cause chaos. It's not okay to damage people's property. So I think it's, as you mentioned, that it's a community effort. It's staying in contact and making sure that we provide harm reduction, not just as a tool to make sure that for safe alcohol and drug use, but also harm reduction for our communities. So.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
I'll squeeze one more in before we give the minister time to have closing. Sorry. I mean, isn't this great? So last year at committee, and your memory probably will provide you with this, we discussed the omission of any ministerial mandate letter talking about 2S LGBTQ plus issues, and that was reflected in the priorities that were funded by this department. And I feel like I don't see it explicitly in any of the budget documents aside from a little bit in health and wellness. So I'm wondering if you can tell us give us an update. Is there any funding in this year's budget to look at issues for 2S LGBTQ plus I plus students and the issues in post-secondary education?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question. It's an important question to make sure that we are as inclusive and diverse in our post-secondary institutions as well in our society. So we work to make sure post-secondary education is accessible by removing barriers. That's what we're really trying to do, and that's physical, mental barriers, or whatever it needs to be. Agreements ensure continuity of services to students with disabilities. They're essential to provide quality and equitable access to post-secondary education. And all universities and NSCC have a focus on 2S LGBTQ plus equity, diversity, inclusion, and accessibility. Student services and executive are keenly focused on safe and welcoming communities. But we know there's always more work to do. We always know that we can do better, and we need to listen, and we need to act. So at the department, we do envision a future where learners thrive, and post-secondary education system is there for absolutely everybody to feel safe and welcome.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel. Sable Island. No?
No.
Okay. So at this point, I'd like to ask the subcommittee if there is any other questions. Okay. Reminder to the minister that is 8 minutes left. I'd like to hand it over to you for your closing remarks. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thought I still had an hour left. So I do have a follow-up on the Healthy Minds, how many students access Healthy Minds, but we've had 13,500 interactions since its inception. So it is definitely being used. But I really want to thank the committee. You had really good questions. Some were kind of top of mind for me. Some of the data, some of the stats are tough to come up with, but they're important questions. They really are. And I think we're all focused on the same thing. We want to make it better for students. And if we make it better for students, we're going to make it better for the province. And that's the way that we are going to achieve our economic goals, our population goals, our workforce goals. And that's what's so great about being Minister of Advanced Education. We are on the front lines. And I expect to be held accountable. I expect the tough questions. And I also expect the collaboration, which has been pretty good. And going forward, we take your feedback. We take feedback from students, student leadership, from anybody, from faculty, even from parents. So always moving forward with good intentions. Always moving forward with good intentions. Spending money where we need to spend the money. And I think that's the focus. As things come up, we'll do whatever it takes because we need students to thrive here. I really want to thank my staff from Advanced Education. Not only are they sitting in back, being entertained. I don't know why they didn't bring popcorn, but boy, oh boy, they have a big job. So we have, approximately 75 staff, a number that work in the Student Assistance Office, Accessibility Services, our programs. We have programs and other services. And we also have, the focus on that are just looking at our healthcare file and our private career colleges file, and it goes on, and it's such a big job for 75 people. To pull everything together, to make sure that we get things like the MOU done, which is really big, and look forward thinking about what's the art of the possible, and that big umbrella that I keep talking about in order for student affordability. Our student housing initiative is it's mammoth, and there's so much good stuff, and to be able to share that in the near future, I'm really looking forward to it. But I always welcome the opportunity to talk about advanced education. Health is always at the forefront of everything that we do. There's no doubt about it. Healthcare is going to benefit from the work of our department, and all Nova Scotians are going to benefit because advanced education is helping to move everything forward. And on that note, please be it resolved. Please be it resolved that a sum not exceeding $707,234,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Government to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Advanced Education pursuant to the estimate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and I would like to thank everyone on this committee for their wonderful questions, and for the staff for being here today and answering so many questions. I'm very, very happy. Hold on a second. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to get an answer to a question. Thank you, everyone, for being so patient with me. I needed to get a response to a question. This is my first time sitting as a chair for a subcommittee. I was in the middle of thanking everyone, and I'd also like to thank the clerk who just came to my rescue, and of course the pages. With that, shall the resolution stand? Yeah, yay? No? No? Okay. The resolution is stood. Right? Okay, thank you. And with that, that would be ending our committee. It is now 4:49, and it will have to end by 4:50. So we will just kill the 30 seconds, if you will.
I'd like to ask a question.
The honourable member for Colchester North would like to ask a question, and I am denying that. Order, 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 please. It is now 4:50. That concludes the subcommittee's consideration of estimates for today. The subcommittee will resume consideration with the host when the host again resolves in a committee of the whole on supply. Please return to your seats in the legislative chamber. The committee of the whole must rise and report before the host concludes its business for the day. Thank you, everyone, for being so patient.